Zero, one.
New York, Panama.
Welcome to the February 10th, 2026 meeting of the Town of Chatham Select Board. Please note this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, including the use of AI note-taking apps, please notify the chair. Seeing none. Pursuant to Governor Healy's March 28, 2025 signing of Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20, until June 30th, 2027, this meeting of the Chatham Select Board is being conducted in person and via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410, conference ID 203-386-491#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. While this is a live broadcast and simulcast on Chatham TV, Xfinity Channel 1072, despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide real-time access. We will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. First item of business is to establish a quorum. Mr. Dykens.
Present.
Mr. Metters.
Present.
Mr. Smith.
Present.
And the chair is present. Board member Davis is not with us this evening. Proceeding ahead, the first item of business is to approve two sets of minutes. The first are the minutes of January 20th, 2026. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve. And a second.
And a second. Any corrections? I just had
I have
one on page. Yes, that's the same one.
Yeah, on page
On
5.
page 5, Stuart Smith,
Under the roll call, Stewart.
under the roll call,
Not-
it's missing an entry. So I assume that's yes. Anything
No,
else, Mr. Dyke?
I get a little credit for catching the same one that you caught. by
I'll
the
give
way.
you that.
All right, okay.
I'll give you that. I'll call the roll on that. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. Next, the minutes of January 27th, 2026.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
And a second.
Any corrections?
None here.
Chair has two. I'm two up on you
You are.
tonight. Page 15. Under the at the end of the second full paragraph, which begins, Chair Nicastro stated, I'd like to add the following clause, right at the end, after the phrase largely informational, comma, as the Select Board has a responsibility to respond to the concerns of citizens. As the Select Board has the responsibility to respond to the concerns of citizens. I believe I said that in response to the question put by the Chair of the Finance Committee. And at the bottom, last paragraph, Mike Cortese, South Chatham, I think we should note we should insert and an airport commissioner. With that, I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, 4-0. Public announcements and agenda item requests. Are there any from the board? I have some, but I'll mention them later. Stuart, no, you go ahead.
Okay, sure. I just had an agenda item request for a general discussion on, and it kind of came up at our last meeting with the tree discussion with the airport. I want to have a conversation with the Select Board on the FAA community engagement. I'll call it a committee, but I think they have a different term for it. It's a process the FAA has, or a dialogue sponsored. They sponsor it for, I think, addressing a lot of the questions and debate that the town's gone through over quite a few years here regarding the airport. And I thought it would be helpful to have a discussion as to whether that could work here. It seems like something that could, and be nice to have on an agenda.
We'll take that up. Any others from the board? Well, I wanted to announce that next week's meeting on February 17th will begin at 4:00 p.m. We have a very long agenda, and We will begin at 4 with an executive session on a personnel issue, and then we'll go into regular session. I don't know what time that will be, but we will continue immediately thereon, and we will have a long meeting. And also, I intend, at the request of Select Board Member Smith, who contacted me on this at the end of last week, we will have on the regular meeting agenda the review by the Select Board of the Town Manager's administrative order that was filed concerning an assistant town manager. Are there any agenda item requests or public announcements from the audience, either in person or online? Quite a lot of people online tonight, too. Okay, seeing none, I do want to mention one last item, and that is to note the passing of Mr. Hayora, Hank Hayora, the owner and publisher of the Cape Cod Chronicle. I had the fortune of only meeting him only one time when I went to pay for a political ad in the middle of COVID, and he was the only person in the building, and he took my check. Seemed like a very nice man, and I read his the obituary in the Chronicle, and local Chatham person, and I think we were very fortunate to have had him around to give us, continue and enhance this independent local newspaper, which most towns don't have. And I think that's a wonderful thing for this community. So I do want to note his passing and our sympathies to his family. With that, the next item of business, we have no public hearing tonight. We have no consent agenda tonight. Are there any public comments on the business agenda? You may comment on the business agenda either now or as each agenda item is brought forward. So I'll give anyone an opportunity who might want to speak now. I see none. So we'll go right into the first item on the business agenda is the budget review. We have a long agenda tonight, so I'm going to try to move this forward expeditiously. FY 2027 budget review, we have first general government, which is headed up by the town manager, an annual town meeting article review, vote to place and recommend an article in financial software. So I'll call on our finance director, Carrie Mazzaro, to get this going. Welcome, Carrie.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have the general government and other undesignated departments that we'll go over tonight. See if this thing moves. So we'll be going over general government, which is consists of 6% of the operating budget. We'll be going over employee benefits, which is 12% of the operating budget. Undistributed insurance and reserve fund, which is 2% of the operating budget, and also there's debt service at 14% of the operating budget. So in general government, it consists of 10 departments, 4 other, and 2 committees. We have the select board, town manager, human resources, accounting, assessing, treasurer collector, IT, town clerk, elections, and the sticker office. And then the other is town moderator, legal, audit, parking clerk, and then the 2 committees are the Summer Residence Advisory Committee and the Finance Committee. So for 2027, it's 3.7 million. There's an increase of 175,000 or 4.89 over 2026. Personnel services have increased 106,000, and the operational expenses have increased 68,000. So this slide goes over the salary increases, which are due to contractual increases, step increases, and/or longevity increases in departments. The town manager's department increased 15,000. The Human Resources Department increased 8,900, Accounting Division 18,000, Assessing Division went down with the retirement of the assessor, 5,000 603 savings in there. That also, in that department, includes the part-time position for 2027. Treasurer Collectors Division, 11,000. IT, 27,000. Town Clerk, 12,000. Elections, 18,000. There's elections in 2027 that will take place. And the sticker office increased $640 for a total of $106 for personnel.
Carrie or
Yes.
Jill, have we hired the assistant assessor to replace,
We have.
fill a position that was hired by Candace?
Yep, we have. Yep, we're just waiting on her to start.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So these are the increases by each department. Human Resources had an increase of 7,500. Accounting had an increase of 500. Assessing, 1,600. IT, 50,000. Town Clerk, $450. And Elections, 8,500. To go over the increases,
Okay,
sorry.
Thank you, yeah.
Yep.
Just IT, I was gonna.
Yep, okay. So IT, there's software increases. We've added some softwares, and the software increases around, it can be around 10%, depending on the software. I do have Craig here. He can speak more on that if you want. Human Resources, the increases are for the employee engagement and the boots, which are contractual. Accounting increase for continuing education. Assessing increase for continuing education and meetings and dues. Town Clerk, operational supplies, and elections was poll pads and maintenance for their machinery that they have.
What's a poll pad?
That
I
is,
saw that in the memo.
is a very good question.
Is that the thing you,
It's a tablet that they use to check in voters and-
Okay.
and so forth.
And she requested, I think, 2 or 4 of them, and we're going to split the cost between the general fund and her elections state fund that she gets.
So Carrie, on the IT, the 50K for IT, that's separate and distinct from the 400K we're talking about for an improvement or a new financial software system.
That's
Okay,
correct.
so this is just other software upgrades, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
Do you want to,
Do you want Craig to elaborate more on the software?
I would like, yeah, I would like
Okay,
that.
he's here.
It's a pretty big bump.
Good evening, Board. Yeah, so standard increase in software is generally not 2, 3, 4%. It's usually anywhere from 5 to 10%. So, for example, our Microsoft licensing went up this year around $11,000, which is the main software that we use in general. We've also seen a bit of an increase here because of the cybersecurity budgeting that we're trying to do. We're trying to send out, we've got a process now for education for our staff members. So one of the big issues with cybersecurity is the fact that the weakest point is the staff. People click on something and then we get a virus and a ransomware, et cetera. So there's an increase in there for that. The police department has an increase of about $3,000 on their reporting software. So in general, software goes up more than 3 to 5%. So we put in $50,000, which I think is a relatively good number.
go ahead.
Could you back up a slide, if you wouldn't
Yeah.
mind, Carrie?
Sorry,
That's all right.
there you go.
So, the human resources at 7,500 general, is this just expenses within the department?
Yeah, it's for the employee engagement and boot line.
Okay. Oh, I see, I'm sorry.
Yep, no, that's fine.
I gotta wear my glasses more often. Okay, that's all I had for now.
So the boots increased last year with our, with the contract that was approved at town meeting. So that's why that line is increasing more so for the boots than the employee engagement line.
Gotcha, thank you.
Thank you, Craig. So these are the departments that have been level funded for 2027. We have Town Moderator, Finance Committee, Select Board, Legal, Audit, Summer Advisory Committee, and the Parking Clerk.
Stuart?
Took it. So the parking clerk, I guess I'd lost sight of, is that for salaries and expenses or just,
So there's a stipend that comes out of there,
okay,
and then there's expenses as well.
gotcha.
I believe the stipend is,
Whatever. But it's both.
it's both.
Yeah.
It consists of both, yes.
And the audit, I assume, is probably state required and
That is required by state, yep, and it's level funded. We'll have a new contract for this coming year. We have a new contract.
the, maybe we could get a more detailed thought on, or explanation on the legal for 235,000.
I can get you something for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
just,
That includes town council. and
Town
labor.
council and labor council, yep.
Most of it is town council.
Most of it is town council, yep.
and,
And it's been level funded for the past, I think it's 2 years now.
the, we have, I don't know how many committees, we have a lot.
Yes,
And the finance committee, most
Yep.
of them don't have a budget with them. I kind of get the finance committee.
the finance committee sometimes has things, there's dues they actually pay,
Oh,
that
yeah.
they're required to pay, and there's sometimes small expenses that do come out of there, and they can, they've never gone over their budget.
Yeah, oh,
that
I
I've
bet they
seen.
haven't. They're pretty attentive.
Yeah. And then there's small expenses that also come out of the summer advisory committee as well.
The Summer Residence Advisory Committee at $2,000, what are we funding out of that? Because that kind of jumps out at me as a advisory committee, and our other, like the water, the ones that I used to deal with, I don't think they have any
So they have a
budget.
lot of advertising that they do.
What are they advertising?
They advertise their annual summer town meeting. So they place ads in the Chronicle, basically.
That's mostly what I'm seeing that come in for expenses.
For
is-
advertisements? Do we pay for advertisements for our annual town meeting?
Well,
I don't think we place ads for our annual town meeting.
I'm sorry?
I don't think we place ads for our annual town meeting, because the warrants are mailed to each household, and then we do more social media and website stuff for them.
Okay,
Do they
thanks.
pay for signage? Is that, they pay for signage for the summer town meeting? Or am
When
I-
they replace them, they do. They have a stock of signs. It's the,
they're like the large signs, aren't they?
yes. So they place them in various locations.
Hope they're legal signs.
They get approved as temporary signs.
Just a comment, the town council's $177,500 and labor council's $55,000, with a small stipend for law in general, $2,500. So the breakdown is $177.55. Just a comment on the audit, that frankly, I think that number's low. I mean, I think it's a good number. Knowing what they do, and I think, you've been in the business, and that's good. That's a good number.
Yeah.
How long have we been with, is it CBiz?
So it was previously Powers and Sullivan.
Right.
Yeah,
Couple of years now?
at least 6 years.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were, I guess, bought out by another firm. For the current firm's name's a little different than it was,
Yeah.
but we have the same
It is CBiz now,
principles.
but it was previously.
Are we supposed to change them periodically?
We
bit
can,
every-
yep. Before Powers and Sullivan, you guys had,
Blank.
I can't remember their name now. There was another firm. It was right around COVID when they were doing your
The
audit.
report they publish is exhaustive, I'll tell you right now. It's,
It includes the library.
It does include the library.
It didn't
includes-
always.
Yep.
It didn't
includes-
always, did it?
Yes,
The library had their own?
It's required for them the library the Board of Trustees to submit something to be part of the audit. They may do their own audit, but there's also a section in the municipal audit where they're asked to provide their report.
There's also a single audit that's a pain in the butt. I mean, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is a lot of work.
Okay.
The,
Yes, Stuart.
thanks for the book. It's really helpful. Some of my questions are, I mean, I think they're all contained within the book or the digital
Yeah.
book, but I think it's helpful for the public to understand these numbers, and they don't all read this. So hence my, I just had a few more that I don't, well, you know what, I'll wait. Maybe you're going to get to it and answer it, so.
Okay. I did this slide. This is just general of the total budgets for each of the departments. I won't read them off there in your packet, but if one sticks out, just let me know. I just figured this was a helpful slide for you to see of each of them.
Stuart.
Yeah, that is helpful, and this memo is really, you know, kind of puts it in perspective. Couple of questions. Under the town manager budget, it says this includes, you know, for salaries and wages, $221,250 for operating expenses.
So the
I just
town,
don't know what that is.
so the town manager's office, also similar to IT, they take the bulk of the expenses for the town. So like all of the printing, postage, all gets paid out of town manager's office. We don't have those in our budgets, so.
Town report, maybe?
Correct,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. So that's why their budget is so much higher, because they take the bulk of all of the expenses and pay them out of their department. And same with IT, they pay for all of the software. It's not broken out per
Okay.
department. It's just centralized into those two particular departments.
Thank you. So
Mm-hmm.
that explains that, because it seemed high, but now that they're doing the rest of it, I
Yeah,
get that.
I mean, if we broke it out, it would increase all the other ones and lower theirs. So this is how traditionally it has always been done this way.
Okay, thanks. Under the, this is in your memo. Yeah. Under the assessing, it looks like it's going down. We had a retirement. I get all that. Is there sufficient money in here for the future RTE? There was like a talk of a
So
part-time.
there is a part-time person included in that budget,
I get
yes.
Thanks. And last one is under IT. You know, I get the salaries and expenses. How many people are in that function?
IT?
Yeah.
There's 5 people,
5, okay.
5 full-time employees.
And maybe,
It includes Chatham TV.
yeah, maybe Craig has
Mm-hmm.
it. It's also $557,250 for operating expenses. I can kind of maybe guess what that is, but is there a more detailed for the public?
So the operating expenses, we try to break it down into purchase of services. Purchase of services is the largest pool of money in that account. So that covers all of our licensing. So it covers the police department, the fire department. That has now gone from 400 up to 450,000, and that covers everything. It covers all the Microsoft Office supplies, services. It covers fire department, all of their software, anything that we have for the cameras, for the everything total comes through that budget, where we used to have it separated out, so the
Right.
police would have their software runs us about, I think it's about $30,000 a year to purchase that. So it used to be in the police
Right, I
department.
remember
Now
that.
we put it all together, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
The library assessments for FY 2027 are at $714,744. The Eldridge Public Library proposed their assessment at $701,244, and South Chatham Libraries proposed their assessment for 2027 at $13,500. The Eldridge Public Library is actually level funded this year. According to Massachusetts general law, it states that in any given year, in order for a library to be certified for their state aid for public libraries, a municipality must appropriate an amount that is at least equal to the average of the previous 3 years' municipal appropriations of an increase of 2.5%. So for FY 2027, the town's also contribution is, if approved, will exceed this requirement, while the Eldridge Public Library employees are not town employees. The town pays the employer percentage of 65 to 70% of their health insurance. And also, the town also contributes $25,000 in the facilities department to help their building maintenance as well.
We own the building, though.
Correct. No questions on that? Okay. So some other departments, we have Veteran Services. This is a change, I highlighted it because it's a change from your packet. I just got this information in this weekend. So Veteran Services is budgeted right now at $154,550, an increase of $24,642 over 2026. The veteran assessment for 2027 is $74,550. That's an increase of $1,147 over the estimated amount that I estimated it at. And then the veterans benefits right now is estimated at $80,000 for 2027. And then we have the other departments operating, or other department budgets level funded are public ceremonies at $21,000, other public events, Chatham Band at $10,000, and the Railroad Museum at $5,000. And I think Jeff has a question.
Question, does
Yes.
anybody touch base with the band, Chatham Town Band, to see if that's enough? I mean, they do their uniforms, they do their music, I don't know, I haven't talked to anybody, but, I don't know, I think I'm gonna, I just,
I see someone in the audience, but I'm not sure if they're here to speak on this.
I'm probably gonna recommend to bump it up to 12.5, to be honest with you.
Okay?
I don't think they do a ton of fundraising, and, they're just an amazing outfit. Amazing. And they deserve our support.
So, the public
Make it up.
ceremonies, is that the Public Ceremonies Committee?
Yes. At the 21,000?
Yeah.
What about the Independence Day Parade Committee? That's a separate article, or a separate item?
Doesn't get paid under the public ceremonies?
That includes the 4th of July Parade?
It does.
Okay.
Yep.
The veterans, so it's 154,000, but the assessment is 74?
The assessment is 74, that's what we pay once a year to the veterans, and they give us an assessment. And then the 80,000 is for the veterans' benefits, which includes, it's for the Chapter 115. It provides financial assistance to veterans and their dependents for if they face financial difficulties, to pay for essentials like food, shelter, medical care. That portion of the veterans' benefits, we actually get reimbursed 75% of back. I mean, it's part of the state aid that we get back, but,
Thank you.
yeah. So employee benefits is budgeted at $7,913,990 for 2027. This is an increase of $744,290 compared to 2026. This includes workers' comp, which is up $5,000, so $135,000 budgeted. Medicare employer share, this is the portion that the town pays for employees, the 1.45% for payroll. So that's increased $20,000. Police and fire injury, up $2,775. The retirement assessment is at $3.3 million, up 6%. That's $186,000 more. I have not received the actual retirement assessment yet. I'm hoping to receive that either this week or next week from them. And then health insurance is up 529,618, and that includes the 19% for the Medicare that was increased in January, and a 12% we're holding for the increases according to Cape Cod Municipal Health Group.
Any inkling?
I don't know yet. It's either 10 to 12%.
But you think double digits is what I'm hearing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, most definitely.
There's a vote scheduled tomorrow with the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group, so we'll have a better idea.
Okay.
I'm hoping it's not more than that. Undistributed insurance. So this is for the general liability insurance for 2027. It's budgeted at 1.2 million, an increase of 138,000 or 12.32%. This covers watercraft, vehicle insurance, cybersecurity data, flood insurance, property liability insurance, and excess liability. So I don't usually receive the budget, or should I say assessments or anything, until like May or June. So this is definitely just an estimate. As we increase our infrastructure in town, our insurance goes up. As we buy more vehicles, our insurance increases. For example, there's Mill Pond Pump Station that was done. We'll be adding that to our insurance. And then 90 Bridge Street, the boathouse will be added to our insurance. Every little thing, it increases our insurance. Our excess liability insurance, we keep that for our deductible, which we have, and it's usually around $25,000.
Corey?
How long have we been with the insurance company for the town?
Hilby? I don't know how long. Maybe Jill knows.
It's at least 5 years. I know we have been requesting quotes from Maya.
Yep.
And they have chosen not to provide us quotes on property casualty, but they do provide our workers' compensation.
Yeah, because my optics is the insurance atmosphere is changing drastically and rates are going up no matter who you're poking.
That is
So, no real great news on the forecast for insurance.
Yeah, I think Carrie, in talking to our broker, talked about even the national disasters is affecting every community.
Yep.
Under which category is the directors and officers insurance? Is it one of these? Or is it another? The public liability?
It's a public liability. She doesn't have it,
Okay.
but it's within the undistributed section.
Quick question. Do we have a separate policy for cybersecurity? Separate insurance policy?
We do.
Has that gone up exponentially in the recent past?
It's around, I can't remember exactly how much it
No,
is.
I'm not putting you on the spot for the number, but I
Yeah.
mean, it's a hot item. It's a hot
It is a hot
item.
item. Yep, it is. That and drone insurance.
Yep.
You can just, I know it's funny, but if we get a drone,
not
we have to
funny.
insure it.
Yeah. Thanks, Carrie.
You're welcome.
Craig, did you want to say something on that?
Yeah. As part of the budget increase that you've seen in our operating budget, we are doing some cybersecurity training, which is going to decrease eventually the amount of insurance that we have. We've taken a lot of the servers off out-of-town buildings. We only have a couple of servers left within the town buildings, which are the ones that have become a problem with compromised if we do have to make an insurance claim. So we are trying to push away, getting more cybersecurity, which the insurance company really likes. So hopefully we can decrease that number, and taking a lot of the services off-site and relying on our vendors to be more, they're more responsible for the insurance if there is a cyber attack. For example, the new financial management system, they are responsible. If their system gets hacked, it's their problem, not ours. Yep. And hopefully that'll decrease our insurance on the cybersecurity and data side.
Thank you.
The reserve fund, this is $100,000 for 2026, and we're level funding it for 2027. This is the fund that's, the Finance Committee has the vote of when there's like an unexpected expense that comes along. And the general fund debt service, this is budgeted at $8,996,535. Principal at $7 million, interest at $1.8 million, and interest short-term is at $150,000. That also includes bond payments for when we go out to bond at the end of the year. I just got something in my eye. Capital requests, so consulting and engineering, this is in the town manager's budget for $75,000 this year. And then we have the IT, which consists of land management, assessment and GIS for $45,000, town computer technology equipment at $50,000, Chatham TV equipment at $30,000, annual camera upgrades at $25,000, annual maintenance and access controls at $10,000, HVAC system software upgrades at $100,000, and police department server upgrade at $80,000. And I have Craig here to actually go over his capital items for you guys.
So the, not to get into every line item unless you'd like me to, the computer technology equipment, that's generally laptops, any switches, printers, et cetera, that we have in town. Chatham TV equipment, that's anything that Mark and Bree might need within Chatham TV's line items. Annual camera upgrade, so as you may be aware, we have a large number of cameras around town in public egress areas. We have no cameras within our staff, looking at our staff at all, but it's all in public egress areas. We try to upgrade those cameras on a relatively, 5-6 year schedule. Some cameras are more expensive than others, but we try to keep them upgraded. They've been extremely valuable for the town. For example, if we have an incident on the pickleball courts at the community center, if the fire department arrives and we have to have the person taken away in an ambulance, et cetera, the community center lets us know, or lets Kerry know. I send the video to Kerry, and we just put it in a container in case the insurance company calls up and says, hey, we've got someone who says we're liable here. So we put camera access on all of the egresses of the building. For example, Fish Pier, those stairs there, we've had a couple of issues down there, and the Fish Pier staff have done a great job of notifying us, and we captured the video, and we just put it into, I send it to Kerry, and we just have a folder there just in case we run into a problem. Annual maintenance access controls, so specifically this building, the access controls, the mechanisms are built into the door handles as opposed to in the door, the door frame. So we're working on getting those out of the door handles because they're a little piece of wire and people hit them and then they stop working and then the access controls don't work effectively. The HVAC system, we have HVAC systems in 5 of our buildings that controls the air conditioning and the heating within the building. These buildings have been around now. I think the most up-to-date building we have is the fire department. It's time to upgrade these systems. This building here, I think it's 15 years old probably. We haven't upgraded that software and that control system. So we're buying 5 new control panels, and it'll be much easier for the facility staff who really embrace using the technology of if there's a problem, they're gonna control it through the software. And the police department server, it's at end of life. That manages all their dispatch calls and all their record tracking, so that was due to come up. It has a lifespan of probably 5 years, and it's time to upgrade. So we kind of pushed it down the road from last year, and now this year we are actually doing an upgrade of it. So it'll be fully upgraded.
Jeff?
Just got a quick question on the cameras. We had some vandalism in a couple of our public restrooms. Are we positioning egress cameras in the restroom areas where we had vandalism?
Yep. This year we put in, actually, we just completed Oyster Pond. So we have one location to complete, which is the Harding's bathroom down there. And the thing to remember with these cameras is they are not connected to our main system. But if we identify a problem, we have 30 days of recording. We go back to the recording and we take a look. Just for an example, that system ran about $8,000 to get fully installed, but the damage that we had at the bathroom at Volunteer was $30,000. So, hopefully we can capture some of this vandalism that's happening.
At veterans.
At veterans, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, that's correct.
Thanks, Craig. Yep.
That's the next one.
Oh,
So the last item on this, I believe, is the financial software, unless you want me to wait to go over this one.
No, I would take this up now.
Okay.
Because we're going
All
to
right.
consider placement and recommendation
Okay.
of it.
So the financial software, we brought this to you guys last year. We got approved $150,000 to start. This is the remaining amount to fund the full financial software. We did apply for a grant, so hopefully that will offset these costs. We went out and sought, I think it was 4 companies to look at their softwares over the last 6 months, and we signed a contract with Tyler Services for, well, it used to be called Munis, but now it's called Tyler ERP, I think it's called. Tyler ERP is a software that's widely used in all over the country, all over the United States. A lot of municipalities use them in Massachusetts. Especially a lot of our surrounding towns also use them as well. This software will definitely improve our efficiencies and controls and our reporting. I don't really know what else to say much more about it, but
Go ahead, Jeff.
So GL,
general ledger,
AP.
AP, accounts receivable,
Accounts receivable. so
utilities.
Utilities, tracks
Billing.
revenues.
Yep,
Oh, yeah, so.
it's gonna do tax billing.
bills.
Yep, everything.
Yeah,
Yep,
good.
and then all of the departments will use it as well. So they'll be able to use the system, input their invoices into the system. They'll be able to electronically do purchase orders instead of doing them by paper, which we do a lot by paper. They'll be able to, there'll be a workflow that goes through as well. So the workflows, so if when somebody puts something in, it will be sent to the next person to approve, and then the next person.
Are they going to help? Is Tyler ERP going to help? Or what kind of
So
assistance are you going to get?
right now, we
People need to
have,
know how complicated, what a pain in the butt this is.
so right now.
Worth it, but it is
It
really a
is,
lot of work.
so we
It's a lot of
have
work.
hired a consultant to write a new chart of accounts that will flow into Munis or Tyler much better, because our chart is very old and there's a lot of different things on there that need to be cleaned up. So we have somebody working on that right now. We've already started meeting with Tyler. My schedule is going to be absolutely crazy in March and April with meeting with them and getting these deadlines met so we can go live July 1st for, yeah. But it's definitely worth it. But yeah, they're supplying training as well. So, but they're working with us. Yeah,
There's never enough training.
I know.
When we were talking about the checkoff on the tax bill for the Taxation Assistance Committee,
Yeah.
this subject came up. Is this software going to make it possible for us to manipulate those bills as we want them?
I guess we'll find out, right? I don't know. I didn't ask that question so detailed into them about the tax bill, but
Something we should follow up on.
yep, absolutely. I'm sure they can.
Okay.
They're definitely more up to date and than the current software that we're using.
So this is being presented as a
Separate article.
an article. There's a draft article on this for $400,000 to place on the warrant. Did the Finance Committee take this up today?
They did.
And did they make a recommendation on it?
They did.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you want to say something, Greg, about the content of it, or?
Yeah, just so that you're, the process is that the bulk of our users require just a few things. They require the ability to see their year-to-date expenditures, the ability to see what bills have been paid, and to do purchasing. And this software is going to really streamline that whole process. Currently, we move paper around like crazy, and then the staff do all these functions and add it in and put an Excel in. So now we're going to streamline that whole process. So I think the initial end user will be much more engaged in the software because it's going to be a lot easier for them to have to deal with their day-to-day functions. We are doing this in 3 phases, so you brought up the tax phase. The tax is the final phase on it because we have such a compressed timeline and we didn't want to start the tax bills in the old system and then have to, kind of reinvent the wheel and do the whole process. So the taxes are the final part of our process. We will be paying multiple software licenses until we are fully implemented. So we're doing general ledger, accounts payable, accounts receivable, and purchasing in the first phase. The next phase will be utility billing. And then the last final phase, which will start sometime next year, will be tax billing and all the functions of the treasurer collector. And the goal is to generate our bills out of the new financial management system for October of 27. So the new tax bills, those bills will come out of the new financial management system. And during that process, we can address some of those questions that you have, Dean, relating to, the taxes.
Yeah, it came up when
Was
we were
it
creating
for-
that committee.
Okay, the
Taxation Aid.
Taxation Aid Committee, thank you.
Yeah.
So to get to the point where we're generating the tax bills, we are going to probably start that process in January of next year.
Okay.
So it's going to be a 9-month process and working out, because we don't want to send out bad tax bills. We don't want to send out, and we really don't want to have any issues. And that was a big factor in putting it last, to make sure everyone is comfortable on the system, and then the last bill will go out.
And by utility billing, you mean the water and sewer bills?
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So this is, yes. I was going to say, this is an article we're being asked to place and to consider recommending. I'm going to ask for a motion to place it first. I know, Stuart, you had talked last week about a provision in the charter. You were concerned about the board recommending, I think, more than placing articles.
Yeah,
on
I
the
mean, it
warrant.
looks like,
And I know you and I have had some conversation. I think we differ in our reading of the charter provision, but go ahead. I'm going to throw it open if you would like to talk about that. But it looks like the Finance Committee's already recommended this one anyway.
yeah, so I guess we're not under the gun on that. I mean, the provision in the charter is pretty clear to me, and it's I think it's pretty easy to comply with. I mean, it appears to me that this first paragraph in the memo is trying to address that issue, as I'm guessing. It looks like,
Sorry, I don't have. it in front of me.
well, it just says, in advance of transmitting a proposed budget, the Finance Committee consideration department budgets within the Select Board. So it looks like, I mean, some of these budgets we're not voting on, you're only asking.
No, it's only this
it's
one
only-
item. It's not the, yeah.
Yeah, the
we
general
won't-
budget.
You won't vote on that
So
until,
I
We'll
think-
have a omnibus vote on the whole operating budget and on the whole capital budget basically when we close the warrant. in
Yeah,
March.
so
But this is a separate article.
right.
For the warrant.
I mean, what I'm saying is, I think we're now getting towards complying with that provision in the charter. I'm not sure we have an argument. All I'm suggesting and what the charter requires is that we don't take a vote on the budgets until we hear from the Finance Committee. It looks like you already heard from the Finance Committee on this. That's what I'm looking for. I think that the input from the Finance Committee when we think about these budgets and articles is important. And then I had a question about,
Yeah. Let me just say,
Okay.
the chair of the Finance Committee is coming in next next week with his preliminary recommendations on the overall budget. I don't know what he's got, and capital budgets. I don't know what he's going to say about individual items, but we do know that they met today on a bunch of items, and they're meeting every other day, I think, twice a week. I respect your reading of the charter, and that probably was the intent of the drafts people of the charter. You were on the original charter commission, so I give considerable deference. I read that particular sentence that you quoted last week a little bit differently. I think it's a directive to the Finance Committee to get their recommendations to us in time for us to consider them, but it doesn't appear to me to be a directive to the Select Board. The warrant belongs to the Select Board. I sort of take the view that we fashion the warrant, we can put anything on it, and we can recommend anything on it anytime we want, and that our calendar is not dictated by the Finance Committee. But that's my view, and I could be wrong, but that's how I'm reading. But anyway,
That's okay.
we're not going to have a
You can be
problem.
wrong. I don't mind.
We're not going to have a problem tonight on this one anyway.
Right, and I don't disagree with you entirely. That provision in the charter is, I agree, more or less a directive to the Finance Committee.
Yeah.
However, it specifically says that we need those recommendations before we take a vote. It may be an argument over nothing, because I think we're headed that way.
Yeah, and
I suggest that we do head that way and move on here.
yeah, I'm inclined
I
to,
would like to make a motion.
I had another question on
Okay,
that.
go ahead,
Well,
go ahead with your questions first.
Yeah.
So, this is before your time, but I hearken back to a rather unpleasant experience with changing software with mooring permits that turned into a disaster. And so I'd like to ensure that the end users who are going to use this, you've explained they're going to be trained in it, but have some, there's some engagement with those end users, so they to be included is important when they're going to be using the software.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you.
And
Yes.
this, from what little I know about software, 2007 seems old. I mean, this seems,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
It seems, and
Yeah.
so how long, we're looking at 400,000 here. You said maybe you had another 150 in some other article.
So, yep, the 150 was approved last year at town meeting. We're using some of that now to pay for the current, the contract that we just signed. We're using that 154, and also the consultant that we have that's building our chart of accounts. And we might even have him help us with Munis, because he's worked setting up other towns and helping them set up the software. This additional money will need to also pay for the next 3 years.
To maintain it?
Yeah, and then also, don't forget, we have to keep our current software and pay for that as well. So we're paying for 2 softwares
Right.
until we can get this all completely built.
And then the old one goes away.
Yep, and then we did apply for a grant, so hopefully we either get a grant of 100,000 or 200,000. So whatever left over, we can close it out after.
So I'm looking at okay, 400, the 5, then
Yeah.
we're looking at the grant. I mean, we're talking some significant money here.
Yeah.
I mean, you could be pushing $750,000.
Yeah, this is all we're asking for, we're not gonna.
No, I know what we're
Okay.
asking for. I'm
Yeah.
looking at the total cost.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not insignificant.
No, it's not.
And how often do you think we would have to, we'd have this software for?
Forever.
Oh.
Yeah, this software is like the best software that you can get, financial software. They always have upgrades. They're always doing stuff to their software. The software we currently have has not been upgraded since 2007. So we're sitting on the same software from 2007 that has never had any upgrades.
Well,
And it's built on Microsoft Access, where this is not built like that. It's completely different. I can't remember what it's built on. Do you remember?
This software is a web-based application, so it's a SaaS product, software as a service. So their goal is to maintain it, and they'll continue to update the software, and then we'll just pay a licensing fee essentially for it. We do own the data, so there's no concerns relating to that. you know, as a standard, Munis has been around for 20-plus years. When I first started IT, I did a Munis implementation back in 2000, or actually the late 90s. So they've been around for a long time. Their platform, the biggest criticism that people have is they're expensive, but you kind of get what you get. You know, if you pay, after seeing our evaluations, we saw some softwares that were $50,000 a year to implement. It's just not the same tool. So you kind of get what you pay for. And the goal is for us not to transition anytime in the next 20 years, at least, to a new piece of software. By then, it might be completely different, but.
Well, thank you both for the explanation.
And the training is very important to us as well. I'd like to address that. You know, we want to make sure that our staff are really comfortable with the software that they're using. And we're going to do a train the trainer. And if that doesn't work out, we'll have Munis come in. So we're
Well, they're
really
coming in
gonna-
anyways. They
Yeah,
are coming in.
they're coming in to train the trainer, and we'll, you know, the goal is to have everybody comfortable with it and hopefully it's nice and streamlined.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Mr. Chairman, I want to be on record as that I do agree with the chairman's interpretation of the charter, and the way we have teed up our budgets for the last 12 years, I'm extremely comfortable with. It's the same way we're teeing it up this year. My view is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is work, no matter how one interprets the nuances of the charter. So I would like to make a motion here on vote to place the financial software article in the amount of $400,000 on our warrant.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. It's placed.
And I'm also comfortable in voting to recommend, or
Well,
to
it has
move
been,
to-
it has been recommended by the Finance Committee anyway, so.
Okay, so I move to recommend the financial software article in the amount of $400,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
With the FinCom's recommendation, it's aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay. So next is the Department of Community Development.
Is this the one? There you go. Do you need me to introduce you? I don't think so. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, members of the board. Katie Donovan, Director of Community Development. I have a brief presentation for the Department of Community Development. So just an overview, the Community Development has 10 full-time employees, and then we also contract out for our plumbing and gas and electrical inspections. 10 full-time positions and then the 2 contract inspections. If you'll recall, last year we had requested a new position for a new local inspector to do short-term rental inspections. We are in the recruitment process for that, but are also waiting for additional guidance from the state on what those inspections will require so that we have that information to share with our potential employees. Just some department statistics. In 2025, we issued 1,055 building permits, 892 electrical permits, 1,241 plumbing and gas permits, and then did a total number of inspections combined for all of those permits of 4,813. The revenue that we took in from those permits was $606,555. And if you'll recall, we had come to the board back in June to request that we have an increase in our fees, which took effect October 1st. We've already seen an increase, even just with our year-end numbers at the 606,555. I think last year it was somewhere around $580,000, and we had a few, I think about 50 fewer permits this past year. So we'll realize some good revenue coming in the future. We also have had 400 applications from the regulatory boards. In community development, the regulatory boards are the two historic boards, Historic Business District Commission and the Historical Commission, as well as the Planning Board and Zoning Board of Appeals. And the revenue from those fees that we took in was $42,065. Just thinking forward to FY '27, our operating budget is proposed at $1,192,258, a 3.53 increase over the prior year. Most of this is due to salaries and wages, which account for the contractual wage step and longevity increases, as well as temporary wages and overtime. Our operating expenses total $123,000, with a requested increase of $500 over last year for an increase in vehicle maintenance. And I will note that we do not have any capital requests from the Department of Community Development for FY '27. And then this is just I took from the budget book, expenditures by object. I would like to note that the Community Development Department, we buy all of the office supplies for the building for community development and natural resources, and we maintain all of the equipment, our printers and scanners and postage software as well. So that's just a brief overview of the budget. And again, a minimal request for this year of $500, so I'll take any questions that you have.
Any questions from the board? Okay. I don't think so, Katie. This
All
is
right.
the simplest budget of an entire book, I
I'll
think.
try to keep it that way, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So next we have the economic development budget. Who's presenting that, Carrie?
While Carrie's getting set up, this is the budget that funds the Chamber of Commerce, and it's level funded at $95,000 this year, same as last year.
Who do we have here from the chamber?
Is anyone from the chamber
Yep,
going to
they're
present?
here.
Good evening, how are you? Just
Good evening.
quickly introduce the executive board. We have Nancy Gardner, Cole Lander, Emma Carroll, and myself, Ryan Farrell. And we are producing our level funding for FY '27 at $95,000. I believe you have a little more detail within your books that you've had hopefully time to review. And if you have any questions, we'll open it up, as we understand time is of the essence for you tonight.
So the 95,000 is basically broken down into two parts.
Correct.
Could you just tell us what those are and what?
Sure, the
amounts are?
75,000 is for our staffing in terms of the info booth and our operations manager, not the executive director. And then the 20,000 is for our economic development, which encompasses our marketing, our online, our social media, that whole world that we all live in now.
And there is material in the book, which is available online digitally, that indicates your various accomplishments over the past year.
Correct, we have all those
Your
summarized as well.
increases
Yep.
your increases in membership and so forth.
Yep.
What's the status, if I may ask, of your
Here it comes.
executive director position?
Yep,
Because
so we have an amazing transition team right now. It's obviously 4 weeks fresh for us, but we have attacked it, and we hope to have an executive director by the end of March in place,
oh, good.
if not sooner. We already have 18 applications, and we are actively interviewing and doing that whole process. But we feel very confident that we have a strong leadership team in place in all of our, our whole entity, and we see that this going forward is going to be,
Are you the current president of the chamber?
we are.
Well, you are, co-president. Is there, is
Our
there,
past president just had a baby last week.
okay. Is there a different leadership on the merchant side or Merchants Association?
Nope, everything's status quo.
Okay, Very good. Any questions of the chamber? Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very simple
Appreciate it.
budget. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, now turning to the next item, annual town meeting article review and a vote to refer protective zoning bylaw amendment, referral to the planning board accessory dwelling unit, potential placement on the 2026 annual town meeting warrant. Our planning, a town planner is here, Christine O'Grady, as Chair. Spru available also online, or is he in the audience? I don't see him. Arthur Spru?
Art is not here this evening.
Okay, you're going to present this. This is a fairly ministerial thing. You're coming to us. We have to refer it to you. You have to have a hearing within 45 days, I think.
That is correct.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So as you said, I am Christine O'Grady. I'm the town planner, and I'm here tonight to give you an overview of what we're asking for. The town of Chatham has had a accessory dwelling unit bylaw since 2019. You did some minor amendments to it in 2022. The state put forward the Affordable Homes Act in 2024, and as a result of that act, they put together some regulations that were brought forward the beginning of February of last year. Since that time, we have all been working under the state regulations, and we are now trying to bring forward the new revised accessory dwelling unit bylaw for the town of Chatham. So we're trying to bring it forward at annual town meeting. Basically, the Affordable Homes Act also had another component of it, so they did both the seasonal communities, which part of that we voted last year to accept that. We will ultimately be bringing a bylaw forward on that probably next year, but this year we're doing the ADU portion of it. In accordance with the State Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, we have to, the ADU bylaw must maintain a separate entrance. It can be half the gross floor area of the primary dwelling unit, or 900 square feet, up to the maximum of the 900, whichever is smaller. And then it must meet local municipal regulations. Things that municipalities can consider when they're putting together this bylaw: they can impose reasonable restrictions related to site plan review, Title V, dimensional setbacks, bulk and height requirements, and short-term rentals. What we cannot regulate is the requirement for owner occupancy or family relationship. We also can't require special permit approval or use of the rental, and we cannot require more than one parking space. There are other components of that with regard to transit stations, but that doesn't really impact us. I know this is a little bit small, but I just wanted to kind of break out what our existing bylaw is compared to what the proposed bylaw will cover. Ultimately, this will be allowed by right within the town of Chatham, within the residential zoning districts, the small business district, and the general business district. There are no limits on the number of units that can be permitted, constructed, or leased. As in the past, we had a limit on that of so many per year. I think it was 10 per year or 12 months. They can be attached or detached. The planning board will determine if more can be built by special permit, and that is something that they'll be considering at the public hearing. There are no limits on the number of bedrooms within these units. Again, we had said about the 900 square feet, the additional one parking space. They may be in single or common ownership. They cannot be subject to use or occupancy. Obviously, the short-term rental, and that definition comes from the state of the 31 days. There is no minimum lot size requirement. They cannot be counted in any density regulations. And as I said before, we can determine with special permits if one or more can be built on a lot. Going forward, the next things to keep in mind: so after your action for this evening, if we get the referral, we will hold a public hearing on March 9th, and then we'll report back to you on March 17th, prior to the warrant being closed, for you putting it on the warrant, and then we'll ultimately be bringing it to town meeting. The other thing I should say is that we are going before the Finance Committee on the 10th of March. And that's basically all I have. So if you have any questions, you can let me know.
So I have a couple of questions regarding the process. As I recall, when you come back to the select board, does it require a select board vote to go on town meeting? Can the select board say, we don't like what you've come up with and we're not going to put it on? Katie, or do you want to answer that, or Christine, whoever? Or is it like a community preservation article?
You want me to answer? Yes. So in this instance, I think that it's an interesting question. I know citizens petitions have to be placed without
Yeah.
question. The board may place it, but then vote to either recommend or not recommend. So we had actually had, and I guess you can vote to not place it, and that did actually happen a few years back when we were proposing a potential overlay district with the runway protection zone. You had asked the planning board to go back and reconsider what they were working on. And so I'm not sure that you denied placing it on the agenda, but you did send it back to the planning board.
Yeah,
for
we should
more
probably get that
review.
clarified with town council before this comes back to us. So the reason we're being asked to do this, though, is because we're a seasonal, we've chosen to become a seasonal community, or do we
No,
have to
no,
do it anyway?
that's another aspect of the Affordable Homes Act.
Okay.
But this is actually, we're doing this because the state has adopted regulations, and we're trying to bring our ADU
Okay.
bylaw into compliance with the state regulations.
Okay,
Just to make it clear, we cannot use the existing regulations that you have. They've been overrode by these.
just a couple of things in the draft that I.
So I do have I didn't realize in your packets that you had received an older draft. I know you won't have time to read it tonight.
Oh, so Christine is just passing out the drafts of the current bylaw.
Yeah, I had caught a couple of typos. I wanted to bring them to your attention if you're going to finalize this. Thank you. First one was in the,
So this is, before you now is the clean copy that the planning board will be looking at on
yeah,
March
I'm
9th.
looking at them.
And we have been through it with town council and with staff from throughout community
Well,
development.
let me ask you, under the definition section, under short-term rental, in the second line, the last word, appointment, is that supposed to be appointment or apartment?
Mr. Chairman, are you, the definition?
Definition of short-term
Okay,
rental.
I see where you're saying now, right.
Says including but not limited to an appointment, house, cottage.
I would-
I'm thinking that should probably be apartment, but I'll
Yes.
let you check that.
I will check that, okay.
And then, under item C, paragraph C, number 4. The last word you've changed this a little bit, but the last word satisfactory, I think you mean to use the adverb satisfactorily. Satisfactorily provided. Those were the two. You caught the third one, so I won't bring that up. Any other questions on this?
No.
So I think all we're being asked for tonight is to refer this to the planning board. And Mr. Metters, do you want to do the honors?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I move that the select board refer the proposed ADU bylaw back to the planning board for a public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll take a vote. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a number of articles that we are being asked to vote and recommend. We'll start with the consolidated revolving funds, and Carrie, if you could inform us, as we do each one, whether the Finance Committee has made a recommendation on them, so we can
Do
maybe
you want
get
me
a
to,
unanimous vote
they
on these
approved
things.
all of these today.
Pardon me?
They recommended all of these
Okay.
today, yeah.
All right. So, floor is yours. They listened, they must have listened, they must have listened to you, Stuart. They must have
They
watched.
heard you,
last-
Stuart. They heard you.
Must have watched last week's meeting.
I just need to find, because this is my, whoops. Why is that doing that? Sorry.
On the wrong,
I'm just-
There are essentially two articles, I think. One has a bunch of revolving funds in them, and then there are more than two, I guess. There's several. What?
Oh, there we go.
I know.
Okay. So the first one is, all of these are annual articles on, so you're used to seeing these. The first one is the consolidated revolving funds. We have 7 revolving funds. I highlighted that because there was a typo, it said 6, we actually have 7. We had the Riders Cove Respite Adult Supportive Day Program approved last year, so I added that into this. So the revolving funds are to vote the expenditure limit that they can expend out of that fund for the current year. So we have $50,000 for the Adult Supportive Day Program. And then the Airport Revolving Fund is put in at $200,000. That was originally at $150,000, but I've increased it to $200,000 because they're coming really close to their expenditure limit each year. So I want to make sure that they have enough room that they can use to spend and not have to come back again and get it approved again. Because what happens is if they go over, we're supposed to get it approved. And additionally, the Airport Revolving Fund has also been on a separate article. I included it in this one just to make it kind of more condensed for all of their revolving funds to be included.
So just to interrupt, Carrie, so the revenues are coming in to sustain those funds. And so the revenue, for instance, with the airport revolving fund, they can sustain 200,000 for.
They're
the-
anticipating,
receiving.
additional revenues
Yes.
in 2027, so. The Bassett House Revolving Fund is level funded at, for their expenditures at $8,000. Inspectional Services Revolving Fund at $150,000. Recycling Revolving Fund at $5,000. I don't even think that one actually gets used anymore. Marconi Station Revolving Fund, $20,000, and the Waterways User Fee Revolving Fund at $1 million.
So we haven't, I want to take these separately. So we have an article, draft article here. And
Yep.
you include the, as you're required, the 2-year history of each fund. I just had a couple of questions.
Yep.
The Riders Cove Fund shows for 2026 receipts of 6.9 million, 6,900,000, 7,000. And then expenditures of 14,000, but the balance is showing as a positive of 7,000. Why is that not a negative balance? We spent more than,
I'll have to go back and
If
look.
those numbers, if the receipts and expenditures numbers are correct, then that number ought to be negative, but I have a feeling they're reversed. But I
Probably are reversed. I'll have to go back and look. I had somebody else help.
we'll check that.
help-
That's,
Yeah,
wouldn't move that.
write up these.
well, we can move it. It's just.
I can
informationally
double check all
It's an
that.
informational part of the article. I think we can move it. On the Marconi, I think, I know I ask this every year and I never remember the answer. What is the Marconi revolving fund? What is it used for to do?
I think it's for improvements for the entire complex
Okay.
that we have. And we have also lease revenue goes into that, and we use that lease revenue to do any type of necessary repairs and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
There haven't been any expenditures, though, Dean, to your point.
Yeah, there's 60,000 in the balance. So unless you had anything more to say on this article, Carrie, I'm going to ask for a motion to place and then a motion to recommend. Stuart?
Yeah, I just had a
Unless the board has questions, too.
Yeah, the airport revolving fund is,
There's a typo in that too, that I have to fix, I noticed as well. Are you talking about the expenses?
I just had a more general oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I had a more, so you have 200,000, but historically, it's been 150,000. But we're going to 200 because I think the airport, well, you tell me if I'm wrong, the Airport Commission voted to instill some fees. That is going to be around 50,000. Is that what the expectation, is that, am I reading that right?
Yes.
Okay, so, I mean, we could look at that as a $50,000 increase, even though we're getting revenue to reimburse it.
They
there-
can't spend more than they receive, so
Right.
it should, revolving funds should never be in the negative.
Yeah.
You should always be in the positive.
So,
So that's,
and this is just you're looking at the expenses, and you're seeing that you get close at the end of each year. And I hear their meetings, and I can hear them,
yeah,
somewhat concerned about that.
yeah.
Some of us are a little bit newer to the board, so.
That's okay.
Bear with me.
all right.
Inspectional Services Revolving Fund
Yep.
what are those used for? Is that a specific program?
So that is where the inspectional, like the inspections for the electricians and the plumbers, and they get paid out of this fund.
Oh,
I think it's 20% or 30% of a permit actually gets put into the fund, and then we pay the part-time people from here, or,
interesting.
Part-time, right?
Is that normal? Like, do other communities handle their funding of, it seems a little bit different.
I'd have to check on how other communities fund their part-time inspectors or contractual inspectors, because they get paid per inspection.
Yeah.
Not necessarily as like a part-time hourly employee. But I think it's fairly common to have a revolving fund, similar to that.
I'm not opposed to it. It's just intriguing. It's just an interesting way of,
But as Carrie said, I just wanted to correct, it's 30% of the fees that we take in from the building department fees that I had referenced earlier, and that goes into the revolving fund, and that gets used to pay the inspectors that get paid per inspection.
great, thank you. The waterways, this has somewhat, you weren't here, Carrie, but this has somewhat of a twisted history as well. I'm not going to go into that. That may be a separate discussion at some point, but
Okay.
I get it.
Corey?
Thank you. No, I don't want to beat up on a $5,000 line item, but is the recycling revolving fund really viable? I mean, it's, if you look at the
So we-
balances and the expenses
No,
and
I don't even think,
the
I
receipts
have
of
to look back and see.
$16.94.
I know, I have to look back and see what that was. I don't even think they had activity last year. I think it has something to do with blue bins in town or
Yeah, the
something?
compost bins.
Okay.
That's a program that's, I think the town's offered for about 20 years or so. So we can check back with Judy
Okay.
on that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we have to, if it does have activity in it, we have to vote the expenditure limit each year because we do have this fund.
Okay. So is there a motion to place this article?
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Is there a motion to recommend?
Move to recommend.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The next item is fixed salaries elected officials. I will note at the outset that because each member of this select board is affected by this article, we have to invoke, under the conflict of interest law, the rule of necessity. And we each have to declare that we stand to benefit or not from this article because it's a stipend. It includes a stipend for select board members. So I certainly stand to benefit. I have to ask each member to make that declaration.
I so declare.
Mr. Smith
Well, depending on how I so declare, yes.
and Mr. Dykens.
As do I.
And now we have to take a vote to invoke the rule of necessity per that declaration, so I'll accept the motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Carrie?
Okay, so this article right here, as you stated, is to set the salaries for the fiscal year. It's not to appropriate the money, because that is actually appropriated in the operating budget. It's just to set the fixed salaries for the elected officials, which are the moderator, the select board's members, and the chairman's extra stipend as well.
I'm going to propose an amendment to this.
Okay.
These stipends were last increased in about 8 years ago,
Yep,
in 2018. I'm going to propose, and I base this on what I perceive to be the workload of an individual select board member as well as the chair. And these would go into effect on July 1st, not for the current year. So and the moderator, who's currently receiving $1,200, I propose that that be increased to $1,500.
okay,
Each individual select board member from $4,000 to $6,000. And the chair's additional stipend would be an increase of, would be an amount of $1,500.
okay.
So that's what I'm going to propose in this article. And in fact, I will offer the motion to place this article with those revisions. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Corey was first and then Stuart.
Discussion.
Let's be blunt. None of us are doing this for the stipend. It's not gonna shatter. It's nice, yes, it helps out, but it's certainly not drives us, or at least doesn't drive me. It is a lot of work. I mean, I've been on the board since 2015, and it does eat up a lot of work. I don't want this to be looked at as, we're necessarily looking for more money. I think it warrants it. I guess my response is, not to overly complicate things, is do you put two articles out there, one with the existing one and one with the proposed higher wages, and whatever the town meeting feels is appropriate, they vote affirmatively. I don't want to campaign one way or another, but, these seats are going to get changed over probably over the next 5 years. There's going to be different bodies maybe in these seats. Maybe this will help, bring forth other potential candidates. So structure it in whatever way possible and let town meeting decide. But I think it has merit, but I'm not going to, champion this.
So we're just talking about process. So we would
Yeah.
have two consecutive articles. One article would be for, I guess presumably the increased, and if that were to fail, then you go down to the next article, which would be status quo from previous years.
Whatever provides an opportunity for the voters to weigh in, and they feel whatever they feel is the correct compensation. That's how I look at it.
Stuart?
I guess maybe I'm partly responsible for this, because I did raise this as an issue some time ago, several months, or it was on a different discussion, in trying to attract, let's say, younger folks that, and I use the, some people have to have these 2 jobs or what have you to work in town or to live in town because of the high expenses here. So I was looking for ways to attract people to these elected boards, but I know a lot of them are, I can't dedicate the time because I have to go to another job or what have you, or I have family. There is the health insurance component that is beneficial for those younger folks. That's not sure how it affects the more senior people, but I know the younger folks, that should be an attraction. Maybe I know some of them didn't know about it because I mentioned it to them, so that could help. I'd be, I'm fine with this, but I'd be more comfortable, and you tell me how you wanted me to make an amendment. I guess I could make an amendment to the motion to for this to take effect for new elected people that come to the board. So upon my departure, somebody takes my place, that additional money would go to them as opposed to the existing people that sit on the board. I think the optics would play better. And, like we've reiterated, this is a lot of, it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of time, is what I've learned, is a considerable amount of time. And so if people are going to dedicate that time, I think they need to be compensated. But I don't want to speak, as I sit in the seat. I think it's more appropriate for the newer folks who might come on here.
I'm not sure you can do that legally, but, it's certainly open for discussion, and I haven't researched it, but it
I
would
know
seem-
it's not in the charter, so you don't have to look there.
Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's not, and just for the sake of information, I have no interest in serving as chair of this board after May, so I'm not going to benefit from the additional stipend I'm proposing for the chair. But I think historically, it's always been, across the board. I would question whether you can do it. I think that Corey's suggestion, which is an interesting one, of putting basically two slates in front of the town meeting, the first one would be with the increases, and it could be amended along the lines you suggest from town meeting floor if somebody wanted to, unless this board wants to do it, place it that way. So I'd open your comment up to discussion from the rest of the board. I know Shireen's not here, so Corey, and then
Well, I guess, I'll be very blunt about it. I understand the recruiting concepts of it, but I do think the stipend is not a driving force to serve on this committee. It would be helpful, it has been helpful, whatever. But I wouldn't want the stipend to be a divisive element within the board members, that someone who served on the board, someone serves on it for, so it would take effect my last year. So I've been on since 2015, so I'd feel.
Yeah, I would even.
So my last year, I would be, potentially, I could be sitting next to someone who's served well for the first time, and there'd be the difference, and I think it's an awkward element of it. Again, the stipend is not a driving factor for our serving here. So I wouldn't want to create an unnecessary element that would cause differences amongst the board members. We're trying to serve for the citizens, the voters, the people who have put us in office, and, whether we get paid $1 or $1 million, $1 million if you really want to, but it's not why we're doing this. So I don't want to make it into a bigger deal than, a bigger discussion it needs to be. My initial position was, if the citizens feel that this position, whether you're here a year, 5 years, 10 years, warrants this much, vote it in. If they don't want a different amount, vote that in and leave it as that. The voters are very smart. They understand, the work that's put into this position. So whatever they feel comfortable with, just leave it as that. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
So if I might, I feel I'm a little queasy about voting myself a raise, to be honest with you. And I don't think we should do it without Shireen. So I prefer to punt this for a meeting or two or whatever, and we need to do. I think it's
Okay.
ridiculously, or very unfair to not have her here.
We'll have a full board on the 3rd of March,
Okay, good.
but possibly next week. But I think we'll put this on for the 3rd of March, and we can take up all these considerations.
Every time Congress votes themselves a raise bothers me.
Yeah, well, this is-
But the last time we ever visited this issue, I'll remind folks that you were the chair.
I'm happy to take the credit for increasing the.
You
stipends
doubled
for
our
select-
salary from
Yes, I
1,000 to
did.
2,000.
Yes, I did. And this isn't a salary. If it were a salary,
Oh,
we
it's a
would be
stipend.
talking, the chair would be getting $40,000 or $50,000 for the time the chair puts in. And I can tell you, it is multiplied. I was chair 8 years ago. It has multiplied threefold at least since I've been on. And I know the work that individual members put, the time that they put on this, not to mention, the interaction with the public that is part and parcel of this job. So I'm happy to defer this to.
I think we
the
should,
3rd of
to be
May,
honest with
3rd of March.
Mr.
Sure,
Chair.
it's fine with me. Sorry, Jim.
Would you be interested in deferring it to next week? Because the select board's going to vote your budget recommendations, and so the annual budget will have to reflect an increase if once so voted. So March 3rd is actually after you've voted the full
Next week,
budget.
come here, yep.
Okay, so,
So the 17th,
so
I think.
we will
everybody's-
have a full board on the 17th. Okay, well, we'll defer it till next week.
Yeah, and that's fine. One distinct difference, it's, procedural, but we're not actually voting ourselves a raise.
No.
Town meeting does that.
That's right.
Congress can
That's
do
right, it's up to
that.
them. They don't, they can
Recommending
reject
it.
it.
We're recommending, so, there is a difference between, I hate to compare ourselves with the federal and state legislatures, so
I think we compare favorably.
let's hope.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
We'll defer that to next week.
Next week.
Okay. Next is a rescission of borrowing.
So there is another typo in there. It said 2 articles, it's actually 3. So this is an article to get any authorized unissued debt that's remaining on our books off. There are 3 articles that were approved. Annual town meeting of 2006, there was Article 10, a well and pump station. There is a remaining amount of $560,000 that remains, that's unissued, that we want to try to clear out and get off the books. Then there's Article 14 from 2009, wastewater treatment facility, in the amount of $99,893. That will also unissued amount that we need to get off the books. And then the last one is Article 13, water mains from 2012 in the amount of $478,185.
Okay. Any questions, or is there a motion? Stuart?
Here again, I just had
That's
some
okay.
questions for the,
It's okay,
they don't all read these books.
it's fine.
And I think we touched on this earlier a few months ago.
Yep.
The 560,000 as an example for the well and pump station, you're proposing we rescind the borrowing, fine with me, but did we not do something, or we accomplished it and we just don't need the money?
Right, so it's completed, it's just basically, so the town votes a certain amount, we didn't need this, so we're gonna rescind it so it can come off the books. And it's also too old to borrow any funds for. After a certain amount of time, the financial advisors do not let you borrow the money anymore because it's just too old.
And I guess that's the same thing for Article 13. It's not as old, but it's,
They've all been completed.
we did whatever water mains we described in that article.
Yeah,
So
if we
don't-
have to do water mains again, we'll have to do another borrowing for it.
And then lastly, is there a procedural reason that it's accomplishing the same goal? However, I've seen it happen before where we reappropriate this money into like a article that we're doing
You
this year.
can,
for the-
you can do that
But
too.
we just did it this
We're-
way for
Yeah, we're just
cleaner?
gonna, yeah,
Easier, okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Is there a motion to place?
Move to place?
And a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to place, so call the roll. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Is there a motion to recommend?
Move to recommend?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and this has been recommended by the Finance Committee. We'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Carrie, I do want to say something about the salaries. I would ask you if you would communicate to the Finance Committee Chair that
I will.
that we are contemplating an article, because I know they're meeting Thursday. That
Yep.
agenda's already been posted, but are they meeting next Tuesday as well?
They are, yep,
In case they want to weigh in on this at all.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Yep.
Next is the other post-employment benefits, OPEB liability trust fund appropriation.
Yep, so this is another annual article. So as you know, we have the 1.5% added on as a surplus on the real estate taxes. And the town also each year transfers $150,000 into the OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits, which is for the retirees. This year, we are funding this article with free cash versus the overlay surplus. Not much has changed other than that, unless you guys have any questions on the OPEB itself.
And the reason for the change in the funding source is that you need the OPEB surplus, you need the overlay surplus, I'm sorry, the overlay for the RTE.
I do,
Okay.
yes.
So I'll take a motion to place unless other questions. Stuart?
I just had comments. I just think it's important that Carrie review what's on that slide.
Do you want me to review it?
I would like you to have a review that, yeah.
So the balance is currently $7,247,675 in the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund as of December 31st, 2025. The town's net OPEB liability was $10,051,215 as of June 30th, 2025.
Question. That number at 10 million as of June 30, that used to be 15, 16, 17, 18 even at one point?
Yep.
So we have that OPEB, that net OPEB liability, what our liability is minus what we have put away for it is 10 million bucks.
Yes,
And it was much higher than that. So
yes.
anyway, I want
It
to
has-
emphasize that.
Yeah, it has significantly decreased over the last year.
Some of that is actuarially determined, but.
It is.
But I
That,
think what the point you're making is that we have built up this fund to $7 million.
right.
And largely because of not just the 150,000, but because of the foresight of the town
Yep,
and the OPEB trust in taking the 3% surtax to the land bank.
Right.
Cutting it in half, giving the taxpayers at that time a $500,000 tax relief, and continuing with special legislation. Are the only community in the Commonwealth that I think has done this.
yes.
To allow us to take 1.5% and put that into OPEB.
And the market's been good too. I mean, but this is a big win. I hope it continues. It will continue. I just wanted to.
No, thank
I
you.
wanted to make you go through it.
Stuart, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm obviously retired from the town. I don't think this affects me particularly.
Oh, you're talking about conflict?
Yeah, I'll go either way on the vote. It's just, I just wanted to throw that out there.
So what do you mean doesn't affect you?
Well, it's more of a question that, I want to be able to vote positively for this, but if it's somehow a conflict because I'm a former employee, I'm happy not to.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure.
So
we-
Stuart, are you on
yourself.
one of the plans offered through Barnstable County Retirement for health insurance?
Yes.
You should recuse yourself.
Okay,
Just recuse
fair
yourself.
enough. I'll recuse.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to place this?
Move to place.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so it's 3-0 with one recusal, not an abstention, a recusal. Thank you, Stuart. Thank you. Next, the Wood Waste Reclamation Facility Enterprise Fund.
What?
Oh, recommend, I'm
Move to
sorry.
recommend.
Second.
Moved and seconded to recommend. Call the roll. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. And there are no abstentions and one recusal. Thank you, Kathy. Wood Waste Reclamation Facility Enterprise Fund.
Okay, so the town has one enterprise fund, which is the Wood Waste Enterprise Fund. This is an amount that the town uses. They lease the property. And we also pay out a contract to Weston and Sampson to help monitor and do particular stuff on the site as well. The enterprise funds serves as a financial assurance mechanism to ensure such compliance with permits issued by the Department of Environmental Protection. The enterprise fund must be voted on each year. Previously, we used to fund this with $25,000. The current contract that we have with Weston and Sampson has increased. So we need to increase this up to $50,000. And also, there is going to be an environmental survey done over at the wood waste as well, because we're coming to our end of our term over there. Our contract ends in 2029, and I believe that we have to be in compliance, and I don't know what happens after 2029, but
So we've been in contact, Greg Berman, our Director of Natural Resources, we've been working with the current lessee. It's the T.W. Nickerson property is what we're talking about, and the way it was acquired requires it to be restored to open space. So it's something that the current lessee knows, and we're working on a plan to transition us to 2029.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So after 2029, does this facility no longer become a disposal area for brush or do we, I guess I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
contract.
and I don't have all the details, but luckily Greg Berman is on, participating remotely. Greg, if you wanted to weigh in.
Sure, happy to. Greg Berman, your Director of Natural Resources. So at the annual town meeting that authorized the purchase of this land, it was called out specifically for open space. So part of the overall lease and town meeting process was allowing the leasee to clean up the property. I believe it's between 4% and 5% a year over the time of the lease, and at the end of the lease, it would be cleaned up and reverted to open space. And that's what the additional funds are requested for, surveys to make sure that, the cleanup is on track.
Greg, what if it isn't on track? What if they're not completed by 2029?
Well, the lease specifically calls out that's T.W. Nickerson's job role is to do that cleanup. So it's my hope and intention that they are in compliance. If they aren't in compliance, we'll come up with a plan to get them in compliance. And, initial conversations with the company, they do understand and are working towards compliance. They are in touch with our town council to see if there's any, potential options for extending the lease. I didn't see any. Initial conversations didn't necessarily see any, but we'll certainly explore that option. But right now, we want to make sure that our understanding of a complete cleanup by 2029 occurs.
I think it's probably, this is like the Chatham transfer station on steroids. If that facility no longer becomes available for area contractors and homeowners to, have their brush chipped up and recycled, and you can get, that's going to be a significant problem. I'm not sure people even remember, the lease and, the end result was supposed to be open space. It probably is worthy of a, doesn't look like we're rushing to it, but it looks like at least an agenda request for a discussion, because there's a lot of people who depend upon that facility.
Yes, Jeff.
I agree. I think we ought to keep it on our radar. It has a balance of $442,000, which is not insignificant, and we're asking for 50, and it looks like we're going to spend 50, so it looks like the balance is going to remain. But what would we ever use those monies for is my question.
Yep.
Whether that would contribute to the cleanup or not. And Mr. Smith has made a very apt point that it's a gigantic, wood waste reclamation area. It's pretty big. It's huge. So it's cleanup, thinking 4 or 5 years out, to get it down to open space is going to be quite an effort, I'll tell you right now. It's going to take some pre-planning.
And that's dictated by the state?
I guess it's by the lease.
Well, the lease does.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think it's worthy of keeping on our radar, future agenda item, that's what I think.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll note that as a future agenda item, Kathy, by Mr. Dykens and Mr. Smith. All right, so we have this article.
Move to place?
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
The chair votes aye.
Move to recommend?
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Now we have,
Thank you.
thank you, Carrie. Chatham Municipal Airport, we have two items related to the airport, warrant articles for consideration for placement and recommendation. And I want to ask first, Carrie, did these two articles get a recommendation from the Finance Committee today?
They don't see them until Thursday. So, no, they did not.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the first one is Chatham Municipal Airport Federal Fiscal Year FFY 2026 Capital Improvement Plan CIP Project. And we have Terry Whalen and I think Mr. Huntley Harrison. Oh, he's in the audience here to present. Carrie.
Thank you, Terry Whalen, here before you this evening as the staff liaison to the Airport Commission. If it's okay with the chair, if I can run through both the articles, if that's okay, or if you want to do one at a time, that's fine too.
Taken separate.
Okay, sure. Okay, so again, for tonight, overall, though, we are requesting two separate articles. We'll delve right into the first one for the Federal Fiscal Year 2026 Capital Improvement Plan, the design aircraft study for $7,500. So this request is for funding a design aircraft study, which will review the airport's current design group designation of ADG-1, which is a Beech Baron B-58 aircraft. And I added some photos here to maybe put some context on what that plane looks like. And again, in light of the increased operations by the ADG-2 aircraft, which an example is the Pilatus PC-12, exceeding 500 operations annually, again, is the impetus for doing this study. So the importance of the ADG classifications is that it's established by FAA, and it's essential for airport planning and safety and influencing runway widths, taxiway separations, gate sizing, all types of design parameters that go into an airport. So basically, the total project cost to do this study is $150,000, and like this is the typical funding mix we see in the bulk of the airport projects. So right now, the federal share would be $135,000, the state share is $7,500, and the local share $7,500. So again, this article is just seeking approval for the local share, so $7,500 in funding, and this provides the required local match for the study, which again is in the airport's capital plan for federal fiscal year 2026.
So I do have a question, and maybe others on the board do, but I didn't know if Huntley, you wanted to speak now, or did you want to hear some feedback from the board first?
I'll wait.
Okay, so my question is this. So currently, as I understand it, the airport has the designation of ADG-1, okay? And that's based on the smaller plane. Why do we need to make the change in designation? Is it because we have more than 500 operations for the ADG-2 type plane?
Yes, over 5 years. So that's triggered the desire to do this study. So this has been through the capital improvement project, which involves entities from the FAA, state, MassDOT Aeronautics, and the Airport Commission.
And what happens if we don't do this study? What happens if we don't do this, make this change to ADG-2?
Well, we don't know the outcome of the study yet. So this is to study what's going on and what accommodations may or may not need to be made. This is a study to determine the impacts of the increased use of the AGD aircraft.
Is it open to the airport to place a limit on limit of 500 on the number of Pilatus PC-12 planes that come in? Do we have that?
No,
We can't put a limit on.
it's preempted.
And they can come in, why? Because the runway is of sufficient length for them now?
Yes,
That's why they come in?
yes.
All right. I'm just going to open it up for further conversation. This
Well-
board, you're the liaison to the Airport Commission.
Just to follow up, the AGT2, to kind of follow up on what Dean was saying, if we were not to subscribe to this, what would happen? If we don't approve this, what would happen?
It wouldn't happen.
Have we ever petitioned, asked, requested, whether with the FAA or the state as to our, if any, controls over these, the AGT2 craft?
Have we ever asked?
Yes. Have we ever?
No, it's a non-issue. We can't, they're allowed to land. We can't ask them, can you limit this for us?
Yeah, I'm getting a different answer when in my, dabbling into the airport, that when I asked this question before, it's been, well, the town, through its airport commission, has never asked that question. And it looks to me, remember we chatted about this some time ago, Terry, and it looked to me like there was an opportunity to at least have a dialogue and ask a question. Because, let's face it, these are the aircraft that are annoying the neighbors. And I'm just curious. I don't want to get into, I understand it's a study, so I'm still considering it, but maybe you had some comments.
I think the study is asking the question.
I know that.
So if this gets voted in and we get that study done, we'll get the answer that we want from the FAA and MassDOT as to how we can proceed, if we can proceed. And there are a variety of modifications that can happen. Off the top of my head, I don't want to go through it right now, but there are a variety of things that can happen. Some are geometrically impossible based on our situation over there, size-wise and everything else. But there are other options that the FAA has in their toolbox that they could use to perhaps allow the aircraft to continue. Some of those might be ground operations that limit traffic at certain times. I don't know, I'm guessing, but there are things that the FAA can do. So I think that's the answer to the question.
Yeah, I mean, one of my concerns is, which we're going to address in the future, is I mean collectively, the town, the airport commission, really, has committed this community to, courses of action regarding the operation of the airport, which I support, by the way, that I think are pretty inconsistent with the wishes of the community. Now, I don't know if I'm reading that right, but that it seems to me that, through these grant commitments, that, they're going to be, but they're not as well vetted as they really should have been. So we got down this path of committing to aircraft that, if the community were asked, would not subscribe to.
Maybe now, but in 1949, the community did.
Yeah.
They took federal money, and this is a federally obligated airport. And there is an overriding, from the Fed perspective, there's an overriding protection for civil aviation. So, that's really the framework that we're operating with.
So you think that the Airport Commission, I don't know whether they would or wouldn't, but you think the Airport Commission has asked all the questions of the FAA and the state on their ability to regulate this airport like maybe the community would like to see?
We've asked multiple questions, multiple forums, whether it's been through RFPs, forums. Again, the exclusion act of Congress that provides the sole authority to the FAA for safety determination. So as this is a more formal venue to ask that question and to do some study to do that. So we looked at this extensively with skydiving, in particular with timing, curfews, all those types of things. So, it's part of, it's much bigger than Chatham. It's, years and years of decisions, and again, with whether you agree or concur or disagree, that's the overriding perspective of an obligated airport is the protection of civil aviation and promoting of that. And that's really, the superstructure that this airport is part of. And then there's also subsequent obligations through Chapter 90 at the state level as well. So those are the things that, you read everything and it says, it sounds like you can do it, you read everything, and it says, subject to FAA concurrence.
Right.
So this is a vector to get in there and ask the questions about, are ADG-2 aircraft safe? If they are, if not, and that the FAA is the only entity authorized to make that determination. And, we've run up against the wall about all the other things with, can we limit the times? Can we limit departures? Can we limit types of aircraft? Again, guidance says you can do it, but at the end of the day, it's ultimately a decision.
No, I've read the statutes. I'm familiar with it.
Through various, court cases we've been in, other directives we've received from FAA, this is again, as the chair just stated, this is really the best venue for us to get in and have that discussion at a formal level.
And at the completion of the study, we're not committed to anything.
Depends on what the FAA says.
Who does the study?
Our consultants design the study. They collect the data. They do all the legwork on that, submit the results to the FAA. So it's done through our consultant,
That would be Gale Associates?
Gale Associates.
Correct, and then the FAA and MassDOT review it. So in the commission package for tomorrow night, in the engineer's report, there's a copy of the scope of what's going to be part of that study. But, the outcome of the study solely lies with FAA and I guess to some extent MassDOT on which direction.
Well, is it going to lead to, I'm sorry, Stuart, I know you're still at the table. Is it going to lead to recommendations from the FAA and from MassDOT?
More than likely. Don't know what they do.
I wouldn't want to speculate because I don't know. I don't know what the outcome is.
Are we required to do this study?
No, we were doing it because there was a hue and cry by concerned citizens about the Type 2 aircraft. And so we just finally said, let's do a study and find out. Let's see what the FAA says. Let's see what MassDOT has to say.
Okay.
So that's what this is all about. Right. And I think Stuart said something earlier about vetting of projects and didn't think they were done carefully enough. None of the...
No, the grants.
Pardon?
The grants is what I was referring to.
Well, I don't know, the things we've applied for?
Yeah, when you apply for grants and you
All of those have been for safety reasons. The tree cutting, going back, you can go back, the runway being repaved, being extended by 50 feet and shifted back in 2009. All those projects were grant projects.
I understand that.
I don't understand your question.
Well, my question is that the Airport Commission has committed this community to a course of action at the airport that has not been vetted by the community nor approved by the community.
We are obligated to do that, as Terry said, under the National Plan for Integrated.
We don't have to apply for grants. We don't have to accept grants. So that's what I was getting at.
Okay, we're getting in the weeds here.
We have a long agenda, and I know Corey, I promised Corey you would speak, but I just would say, my understanding is, and since I've been on the board, I wasn't here on the board in 2009, but every time there's been a grant application, the town has a 5% generally contribution. That goes to town meeting. So that's the opportunity for community vetting of it.
Yeah, where I was headed, and, then it'll be for another night.
Yeah.
But where I was headed was the Airport Commission applies for grants, and then they get a contract. And my understanding is the Airport Commission and the town manager have to sign to accept, to implement those contracts, like we do probably a number of other.
But before that signature, and correct me if I'm wrong, before that signature is placed, an article is put on the warrant at town meeting for the 5% contribution toward the project that leverages the grant. So
Yeah.
there is an opportunity for both the select board to place that particular item on the warrant and for town meeting to vote it up or down. We saw one voted down last spring. So that's all I was saying.
We have had a history of controversy regarding this airport. All I'm trying to do is find a pathway where we have a dialogue and we have a little bit more transparency. And the transparency can come by those contracts coming before this board and having a discussion before they're signed. Airport Commission can't do it on its own. It needs the town manager's concurrence with that under the charter. That before that is done, it could come back here for a discussion. I'm not looking for a vote on this tonight. I'm simply saying we need to do better, and we're not doing better.
Okay. Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, all I was going to say is, one of the stumbling blocks that we've dealt with when it comes to the airport conversations is the trust factor. You know, citizens, you know, neighbors, whatever, just, you know, lack of trust, transparency, whatever. So my question is, you know, you were going to do a report. It's 90% funded through the federal government. You know, there's arguments, well, whoever puts that proposal forth, you know, they're going to get the results they're at. I'm asking for something, I'm going to get my results for my report. So there's, you know, there's a belief of what your going to end result is. And as the chair mentioned earlier, you know, town meeting has spoken strongly against certain articles for the airport in the past. So there's no guarantee that this would pass town meeting vote. Right. And if it doesn't pass town meeting vote, what position are we in at that point? That's what I want clarity on.
We would, if we wanted to continue with it, for this one in particular, I might have to take the money out of the revolving fund to complete the study, to pay for the study.
So you would just seek alternative funding but move forward with the study?
Yep.
So I was almost tempted to vote for this, but you know, here's the issue, and it goes to what Corey is saying with trust. We go to town meeting, and you know, the last article I think that went to town meeting, I wasn't on the board, you know, it was asking for, I don't know, $48,000 for $1 million. They turned it down. So I don't know how this one's going to end up, but to suggest, or now the chairman stating that if it fails at town meeting, the legislature for the town, the representatives for the town, I may turn around and take it out of the revolving fund. There's your trust problem. It's fundamentally flawed. And I get the independence of the Airport Commission, but they're situated in this community. So anyway, I'm talking about that.
I'm going to open, we have a lot of people waiting for other agenda items coming up, including a presentation on Stepping Stones Road that I want to get to. So I'm going to open it up for public comment. I know Paula Lofgren wants to speak.
Yes, thank you, Paula Lofgren, Chatham, Mass. And I thank you heartily for the discussion that you just had, because I don't have to bring up some of those points. The point is that people do not want this Pilates here, and we have gone over 500. Our airport in ADG 1 says you can't have that many. In ADG 2, that's what you have to be. I questioned the sincerity of the Airport Commission because they stated that this is a neutral study that's going to be an independent study that's going to find out the answers. However, if you read Gale Associates' scope for tomorrow night's airport meeting, this is already a done deal. This is what the scope says. That Gale met with the representatives already from the FAA, Mass DOT, Aeronautics, and the airport to discuss changing the identification of this airport from ADG 1 to ADG 2. They have already started these discussions. They feel a reevaluation of the critical aircraft from B1 small to B2 small is warranted due to the fact that the number of operations being made is, by the PC-12 is over 500. So instead of saying we have too many operations for our small airport, they're saying because we have so many operations, we need to change the designation of the airport. So the proposed critical aircraft study is intended to review and justify, that word scares me, justify the need to change the critical aircraft from B1 small to B2 small. So the airport has gone and asked their engineers to ask Mass DOT and FAA. They have asked to change this designation. And this study is intended, according to these words, to prove that and to justify that. So they already have a determined answer. Not only that, they are going to evaluate the physical, operational, and equipment needs to meet PC-12 requirements and standards, and propose project alternatives to address non-standard conditions. Anybody's gone to the zoning board with non-standard conditions usually means my property doesn't fit the requirements, so we have to work around it. So instead of, you have said to the Airport Commission that they should work with the town on their concerns. They voted to ban this plane. The AG did not accept that, but the AG told the airport to work with the people. And now we have this meeting in which the airport's response is not only not to ban it, but to make the PC-12 the poster child for our airport. And so, and to justify it. And then to have us pay a portion of the cost to justify changing our designation. This document scares me, and the meeting, since the meetings have already started, they already have a predetermined outlook. And I'm not sure what happens if the FAA comes back and said, sure, Airport Commission, we'll allow you, we don't require you to change because of this. We're allowing you to change because you asked for it. The Airport Commission has asked to change the designation, not the other way around. And that scares me in the future of aircraft that we don't know are ADG2. I just know the Pilatus. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Paula. Did any other public comment? And then I'm going to ask the Airport Commission representatives if you wanted to respond to that. But any other public comments? I see none. None in the audience, none online. Terry or Huntley, do you want to address the points that Paula made?
Well, I'll just address the comment that, again, the opportunity tomorrow is to come to the Airport Commission and make some comments on the scope so that we can have that discussion. So, and again, the study, so in order to have a study, there needs to be some discussion of the scope for FAA and MassDOT to support this and funding. There's a funding queue. So this, is something that they, the superstructure there will not fund unless you hit that 5-year, and fitting it into the queue. So there's some timing issues with these things, and this is the opportunity to do that study and to get the answers on what may or may not be needed to accommodate the aircraft.
Huntley, do you have anything to comment on this?
Yeah,
And if they can be accommodated.
Yeah, exactly. If they can be accommodated, we have to find out. And I don't think it's a foregone conclusion, as was alluded to by the previous speaker, that we're going to set up the airport so that we can accept these airplanes. If the airplane can land safely, then they're allowed to land. If we have to do modifications to help that, because they are allowed to land, I mean, we can't put a stop sign up when they come in. So if we have to make some modifications to make the airport safer so that they can land, then we're going to do it. Because we can't stop it.
Terry, thank you. Terry, were you saying a moment ago that if this isn't done, that the FAA will not fund future needs at the airport? Is that what you were saying?
No, I was just pointing out that this, is part of the capital planning process, and they've identified it as a need, has been pointed out with the.
Who's that? Who's they?
The MassDOT, Aeronautics, and FAA. So as part of the annual capital planning process, they're looking at all kinds of projects, because FAA hears from the community, they monitor what's going on, and they, drive in concert with, working with the local commissions, what types of projects that they should be doing. So they've identified and prioritized this as a project that, they want to see happen, and the commission wants to see it happen, and quite frankly, I think the community wants to see it happen. And again, I would recommend that people who want to comment on the scope come to tomorrow's meeting and provide that input, and there's an opportunity.
Speak a second time, if that's what you want.
I just would like.
You have to come to the microphone.
If they are finished.
No, go right ahead.
Huntley, could you put
No, go right ahead. You got to speak here.
I don't want to turn this into a big debate.
I
on the
forgot this
airport tonight,
sentence.
But go ahead.
I urge you not to vote for this warrant article, and I urge you not to accept this study. And the screen that showed the hundreds of thousands of dollars of federal grant money, it comes with 20-year grant assurance. So to accept that money, to do this study that already is so fraught, that I urge you not to put this forward at town meeting.
Well, I'm going to suggest to this, thank you, Paul. I'm going to suggest to the Select Board that the Finance Committee is going to be looking at this next Tuesday. And this Thursday? So I'm going to suggest that a decision by this board be deferred until next Tuesday, the 17th. I'm sorry, we can defer this to the 3rd of March because it's not part of the budget. And next week is a huge meeting, so I'm going to suggest that this be deferred to the 3rd of March. Jeff, did you have something you
No,
want?
I think we should place it. I think we should place it. And how we recommend it or not, I don't know. I mean, it's up to each individual member of the select board. But I think the airport commission has asked us to contribute, or to ask the town to contribute $7,500 for a study that may, in fact, actually assist us. When you actually kind of get through the noise, it may actually have something of value there. If we can get over the distrust issue and the conspiracy issues. So I actually think that it would be okay to place it. You don't have to, but it would be okay to place it, and then the town will opine on it. Now, the town, had a petition article that got passed. And the AG thought it was foolish, as did we. But I think it's okay to place, I do.
I think that my one concern about making a decision to place tonight, although I don't feel that strongly about it, you make a very good point, is that the next item that's coming up, I absolutely want to place, and I absolutely want to recommend, because it's a safety article that should have been voted by town meeting last time. It was a mistake for town meeting not to support it, and the only reason they didn't support it would be because there was a lot of distrust in the community around another article was on, and all the critics of the airport showed up and killed it.
Very point well taken and well made. And the study article could be also conducive to safety. We don't know. It hasn't been done. So sort of nuke it out of the gate because of fear is no good. Not a smart move, and it's short money.
Mr. Metters.
I was just going to make the comment that, potentially not taking any action to place tonight, because based on past actions at town meeting, I'm not convinced that this would pass the voters. So the airport commission needs to make a decision whether to put it up for a vote negatively, or if they're very passionate and they feel extremely strongly about this report, to look at the revolving fund, which would be another path. So I think they should be given some time to figure out strategically how they want to proceed forward, probably following after the finance committee's meeting also. So I think taking no action tonight is probably the most prudent thing, just to cover all our bases.
Do you have a comment on that?
It's fine with me if we wait.
We'd be waiting 1 week.
I'll wait a week. Well, you heard what I think. Unless there's something unearthed at the commission's meeting that'll sway me one way or another. But we're trying to nuke a study that we never know. One thinks they know the conclusion, but we don't know the conclusion.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to kill the study. I just had some questions about it,
Okay.
that's all.
Well, we can wait till next week.
And I don't want to hurt the other article that's coming up.
Okay.
So we'll defer action on this until after we hear from the Finance Committee. We'll put it on for the next week's agenda, Kathy.
Are you going to defer on both articles?
No,
Okay.
we'll take the second one now.
Okay, so the second article in your package, we've just entitled the local match article. Basically, this article requests funding to provide a local match for an aviation safety project that was scheduled for implementation in FFY 2026 as part of the, again, the airport's CIP, Capital Improvement Program, again, that has participation from FAA and the MassDOT Aeronautics. So this requested amount is the local share required for the replacement of the critical navigation aids, more specifically the runway end identifier lights, the precision approach path indicators, and rotating beacon and windsock. So again, those are, basically infrastructure long-term costs for maintaining airport safety and operation. So they're basically, let's call it, I guess, an upgrade of the equipment, but not any kind of expansion or anything that changes operations on the field. So what, the impact of this article, again, leverages the full amount of funding, but the bigger component is that this will offset the need for this money to come out of the airport revolving fund that can go to operational expenses versus a long-range cost. So that's where we were talking about the previous article that was, I think, $59,000 at the last town meeting. That also included projects for parking lot improvements and the main apron rehabilitation design. And those projects are not, they're being pursued in a later time frame right now, but the prioritization has been on the nav aids and their need for improvement.
Okay, I just wanted, before we get into this, I did notice on the previous item, Mr. Buckley, I think it was Stephen Buckley, but I neglected to call on him. I don't, he's welcome to speak if he still wants to. And the other point I wanted to need to clarify, to what meeting do you want to defer the previous article? We took a vote, was it to next week or the week following? We can go to the week following because it's not part of the budget.
It's actually, it'd be March 3rd when you have a full board.
March 3rd, so it wouldn't be,
It will either be the 17th next week or March 3rd, where you have a full board.
what's on the 24th?
Jeff's not present for the
Okay.
24th.
School's on the 24th.
Which do you want?
Either. I just want to get past the
One-
FinCom. Yes, I mean,
I think the 3rd's fine.
The 3rd of March?
3rd is fine.
So that's in the vote? All right, it's deferred till the 3rd of March, okay. All right, Paula Lofgren on this one. I know which way I'm going to vote. You can say whatever you want, Paula, you're not going to convince me, but go ahead, you're welcome to make your point.
Oh, okay. Number one, I'm so glad that they're going to fix the navigational ads, don't get me wrong. They need to be taken care of. What I do reject is who pays for this. And the local share, which is listed as a 17.5, the local share mentioned in this wording isn't meant to be the town share. It is meant to be the airport share. And I know this because in conversation with the FAA when I was on the Airport Commission, I called up and asked them about it because wording in different master plans were different. And the airport share is structured to be from there that way in order to ensure that the airport is serious about spending money. The airport is supposed to contribute some of the monies from their own operating budget, much like you might require one of your teenagers to contribute to a big-ticket item. The local share is not meant for the airport to come to the town for free cash. It's supposed to be their commitment to what other project needs to be done. The 17K might not be a lot, but it takes away from other initiatives of the town. The repairs in this article are items that are used by pilots for navigation. So why should resident non-pilots pay for those repairs? Shouldn't the repairs be paid for by the pilots who use them? So you see, you mentioned you mentioned, Stuart, landing fees, which is, I think, a good way to get this 17.5. At a time when residents are faced increasing fees for our beaches, shouldn't pilots pay for the use of our airport? And if I read the minutes of last month's meeting of the Airport Commission correctly, some landing fees are set to begin in the coming year, but only for commercial aircraft and private aircraft over 6,000 pounds. In searching aircraft weight, the maximum takeoff weight for the Beechcraft Baron is 5,500. So anybody flies in a Beechcraft, no landing fee. The Cessna 172 is only 2,500 pounds, no landing fee. So all of the pilots who fly around the most get to fly without any landing fee. So I'm not sure how is that equitable. Pilots fly free, and the townspeople pay the bills. So the airport is supposed to be self-sustaining, and I urge you to reject this request and have the airport take it out of the 200K of their revolving fund for the matching grant. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula. Any other public comment? Does the commission want to respond, or staff want to respond to Paula's comments?
No, just wanted, again, technically, there's no budget line for the airport. So it's the revolving fund that takes in fees, and the landing fees are targeting the, let's call them the more controversial or potentially more impactful aircraft. So that's where the commission went with that. And there are challenges, again, even with FAA interpretation and the ability and equity of fees, so that they're testing the waters here to see if it will hold up.
Yeah,
So you can't be discriminatory, and you have to. So that's there's some limited parameters on where you can do this, and you can't just say let's charge them $8,000 or a landing. So there's a little bit of a balance in there with instituting fees as well.
Yeah, I would just say, when I was on the Finance Committee, and I was stunned that no fees were being charged at all years ago. And so I would think you'd want to, that the
And there are a
commission.
lot, in most general aviation airports, unless they're larger ones with bigger facilities, don't charge landing fees for the smaller aircraft, as was alluded to before.
I would just individually think it would be prudent for the commission to consider charging fees to everybody, but that's another issue.
Yeah.
Huntley, did you want to address anything more?
No,
on
I
that?
just wanted to say that the replacement of the nav aids goes from taking incandescent bulbs and turning them into LEDs. So they're going to be brighter, they'll be safer for the aircraft using them, and it's time. They've run their course. So that's why we put this in as it's capital improvement on the airport. That's why it's in the capital improvement plan.
It's a safety measure.
It's a safety measure.
It benefits everybody, not just the pilots, but people on the ground. Corey and then Stuart.
Well, Huntley just kind of answered part of my question. My question was going to be, the previous speaker questioned the source of the 17.5, and should it come out of the revolving fund or not? And I guess that's what I was going to ask for.
Capital project.
Okay.
Stuart.
So I guess the answer to this is similar to the first one, in that if we don't put it on the warrant or town meeting doesn't approve the funding, you guys will go back appropriately, I think, to the revolving fund to get this safety measure done, which frankly, I agree with. I think that we're adding $50,000 to the revolving fund this year.
To the cap.
To the cap.
Yeah, so.
Not an
revenue.
allocation.
But I don't think nobody here is proposing a discriminatory fee. There is no fee except for those commercial aircraft. And that was only just instituted. So, it seems to me that this is a easy accomplishment through the revolving fund paid for by the users of the airport. It's very similar to how we funded the waterways frequently. And nobody got a free ride there. Everybody paid. If your boat was only commercial, you paid. If your boat was recreational, you paid a number of different fees. So, this is run differently, and, it's been part of its,
But there are similarities, because there's lots of articles to fund and support waterfront infrastructure.
yeah,
as
and
well.
if you look at the fee
Similar
schedules to operate the waterways, they generally pay for it. So the operating expenses for the harbor master's office are paid for. So,
But not the capital expenses.
well, it depends on which capital expense, because then the Waterways User Fund is used. So, there's a lot of fees we pay that we charge the mariner, and I think it would be prudent, and I can't imagine there'd be much objection, to charge landing fees to all the users on a non-discriminatory equal basis. We're not interested in discriminating against anybody. I wonder that if you're not discriminating now because you're charging commercial people but not the recreational, I know for a fact if I had done that, that would be unlawful. So I think it would be prudent. I think it'd be helpful to the airport to start charging all the users of the airport. And I support this. I do believe it should come out of the revolving fund, but this is a needed thing. I get it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I personally, given my reading of the charter, would be willing to vote this, to place this tonight and to recommend it tonight.
I would too.
And not wait for the Finance Committee, because there's nothing the Finance Committee is going to say to me that's going to change my support for this article. And I think it should come out of the free cash as proposed. I think it should have been voted last May, and if town meeting doesn't like it, they can vote it down again. So I'll entertain a motion. Go ahead.
Just because I wasn't here, I was at the meeting, but are any of these two articles related to the article that failed at town meeting? Are we?
One of these did fail. This is the one that failed.
This is the one?
Yeah.
Correct.
This is the one?
17.5.
Yeah, I thought it was more than that, but okay, fair enough. I thought it was
It was another project.
Yeah, so there were other projects lumped in there. So the total request was over 59,000.
Okay,
The article
that's
that
the number
failed.
I'm thinking.
We're coming back with this retro, and I don't want to get into Kerry's world but a retro article for a small, or a portion of that.
Yeah.
Whatever the 17 divided by.
And that larger one also failed at town meeting.
That is the one that failed, but this
was encompassed.
This was part of that.
Gotcha, thank you.
The commission is only requesting.
There was also another
this
big
project.
article on the map and the zoning change that failed, right? At
On the
town meeting.
what?
The map. Didn't that fail, the zoning map?
Yeah, but that really was different, that really has no nexus with funding.
No, but it failed, and it drew a lot of opponents to that meeting to kill,
Correct.
and that's what resulted in this
Correct.
being killed. That's what I'm talking about.
Mr. Chairman, I move that I move to place this on the warrant.
Is there a second? I'll second it.
Okay?
Okay, I'll call the roll on that. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
No.
And the chair votes aye. It's placed. Is there a motion to
I
recommend?
move to recommend, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second? I'll second it. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So it's been placed and recommended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen.
Thank you, and then I guess we'll be back on the 3rd with.
Yes, on
and
the
we'll
other
have the
one.
Finance Committee recommendation at that point as well.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, revisit the Select Board vote on Independence Day Parade route change from January 27, 2026. This is a Select Board agenda item request from Mr. Dykens, and I'm going to turn to him first, and I know Mr. Metters, who is the board liaison to the Independence Day Parade Committee, I'll call on him next. So, Jeff?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Inasmuch as I actually moved and voted in favor of the change in the Independence Day Parade route, I got home and had, when I had that feeling in my gut that I took the wrong vote, I called Dean. I said, Dean, I want to bring it back. He said, bring it back. So here we are. And I have some distinct reasons for thinking thusly. I'd like to keep the route the way it's been in years past. We did vote to change the route, I don't know, some 5 or 10 years ago. Corey, you remind me. But here's the deal. When you walk in the parade, you get down to the Rotary, the Old Harbor Rotary, right? And the amount of people that are present from the Old Harbor Rotary down to the Crowell intersection and then up Crowell Road is considerable. It's unreal how many, taking that bolus of people, and this is the misgiving I had last week, taking that bolus of people and putting them up Old Harbor Road. Further point, the way the route is now, you go by Cumberland Farms, you go by the community center, you go by a parking lot, commercial space, a parking lot, the Red Nun, the post office. The other side of the street, yes, there's a car dealership, and then eventually the Fish and Wildlife Service, and you get to the UU and off you go. Much more commercially oriented. You're not impacting residents. The other way, going up Old Harbor Road, is a major impact on residents that frankly, and not disparaging the Independence Day Parade Committee one iota, but we didn't really vet it with, hey, what do you think about Old Harbor now being subject to the parade? This is our 250th anniversary this year, and I believe it's gonna be a bang-up turnout for this parade. So we're taking even more people and putting them in a tighter space if you force them to go downtown. The folks that go to the parade that stay down towards the Crowell Road intersection, the UU down that end and Crowell Road, don't get all the way in town to confuse the parking. They typically park away from the downtown area, so it gets the folks leaving a better shot at leaving. So I got home and I was unsettled, and I said, you know what, and Shireen abstained, and I think, she's not here, and I won't speak for her, but I think she had misgivings as well. I really think we ought to keep it where it is now, for the reasons I just articulated. I just think we're really putting a size, 10 shoe in a size 8 foot by getting all those folks down Old Harbor. So I think it's good to visit the issue. I think it's good to talk about it, and Corey, you're going to speak about it, but I think that for this year, we made other improvements that I think should likely stay, especially the trucks downtown. I think that's a marked improvement. I always had issues about young children running between the trucks and darting out for candy and balloon stuff. So that's a good improvement. But I feel pretty strongly that we ought to stick to what we've been doing for the parade. Those are my comments.
Yeah, and I think Shireen's abstention was clearly expressed as out of ambivalence about this. She was concerned about some of the issues you just said, I think. And we did ban parking on the Main Street, which I think is a major point, so.
And I want to make one further point. By in no means, and please, I don't want the town to read this any other way, I am not stepping on the toes of the Independence Day Committee. Good Lord, we love our committees, all of them. So, but I think that it's okay to kind of revisit maybe a decision that we want to revisit. So.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Mr. Metters, and then if there's some additional comment from the board, otherwise we'll open it up. I do want to mention that the chair of the Independence Day Parade Committee is in the audience in case anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. He wanted to take the lead on this, but no. No, I think people understand. Just bear with me a little bit here. So I've been on the board since 2015. I've been the liaison to the Independence Day Parade Committee since 2015. Wonderful volunteers have stepped forward and served on the committee for years, putting on a very, very traditional fun event. So I thank them for all their years of service. Just a little background, and so we can kind of move this night forward. This was not a decision or issue that was driven by the members of the Independence Day Parade Committee. We discussed it. We had several meetings about it. This was not driven by the volunteers that serve on our committee. So I need to clarify that. Where this did come from was discussions about creating a better safety, better traffic efficiencies, overall operations from the town's perspective, what we control, what we see, and what we're concerned with. Now, this new route had a possibility to maybe minimize gaps. Gaps have been becoming a problem the last couple of years, especially down the latter part of the Crowell Road stretches. Floats kind of slow down, and all of a sudden everyone thinks the parade is over with. It's an issue. We got to find a solution for it. There's some safety issues with larger trucks navigating different turns. But the main thrust of kind of suggesting this new route was to close the envelope for the police to be able to provide as much safety services for the event. We have a lot of people that come to this town. You can't imagine the ratio of one patrol officer to the number of citizens that are on the town. It's ridiculous. And we're all fighting for resources. We don't have the number of bodies that we would ideally like, and we never will, because every other town's pulling for the same resources. We are a town that particularly doesn't like changes. We've changed things in the past. The parade used to end at Veterans Field. We used to go into the field with the floats and hang out. Unfortunately, ruts and damage to the field happened. We changed it. The route has been changed. It's been extended. So we have changed it before. This was put forth as a possible solution. I've talked to the chief. I've talked to the chair of the parade committee. I don't think there's going to be significant pushback this year to go back to last year's route. I have full confidence in our police department, fire department, DPW, all the town employees that come forth to put on a safe and fun event on July 4th. Full confidence that whatever route it is, they're going to be doing their job at 200%. What I would ask, if we do go back to last year's parade route, is that following this year's parade, the parade committee traditionally has, requested public input for parade themes. They've requested input for grand marshals. Let's get some public input on the parade. What was good, what was bad, what improvements we can make. Take that public input fresh after the parade would be ideal, so that we can use that to plan next year's parade and move forward. Maybe some changes are warranted. Maybe things that we haven't even thought of or discussed are warranted. I think that is a better, cleaner process. Whatever we decide, some people are going to like we would change the route. Some people are going to like if we don't change the route. That's just the reality of the situation. Our focus should strictly be on planning and execution of a safe and fun event. At the end of the day, that's all we want. Nice little cheeseburger, maybe a beer. That's what we're striving for. And the only other thing I can put forth on this is, we have these volunteer committees. We've actually reduced the parade committee years ago. It was a larger entity at one point. The 5 members that are served now, I applaud them. They've stepped forward. As openings come forward, I encourage the public to get more involved. These events cannot happen without volunteers. And that applies to pretty much any event in town, not just the Independence Day Parade Committee, but I encourage people who want to have these events thrive and move forward. When opportunities come forward, please step up, please serve. But I think that we could, go back to the last year's route. Probably going to be pretty big this year. It's 250th anniversary. So maybe that alone is enough reason just to say, hey, let's work with what we know. But I think there's a process moving forward, and I hope we can support that. And, I thank the committee members for their service, and I think other citizens should, recognize that, they're stepping, putting the time in to put an event forth that we all love and enjoy. So those are my thoughts.
Any other comments? Stuart, did you?
Yeah, maybe we should hear, we can hear from the public, obviously. Sure. I share some of the concerns about moving the route. Pretty adamant about the vehicles not being parked on Main Street. The route change, I see the gaps in the parade somewhat unrelated to what route we take. That's more of I think, a organizational, maybe we need more volunteers. We probably always need more volunteers. In any event, I liked the change because we heard from the town manager and the police about, and Corey touched on it, where we have a lot of people there with very little or few public safety people to cover the event. So that was one of my concerns. The other concern I had on the other side is this is the 250th year, and it's inevitably going to bring more people, and I wonder whether that is the right time to make a change. It probably isn't, and in hindsight. So, those are some of my thoughts.
I share those thoughts. Would tip to me to vote for it. I think we had a unanimous vote, except for Shireen's abstention, were the comments of the police chief at the time. But I think you both, I know what Corey's feelings are about it. It is the 250th, and I think we should be revisiting this particular decision that we made last week. So I'm going to open it to public comment, and I see Mr. Chatham at the podium, John Whalen.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to speak on your agenda. I come here representing a group of people, a very diverse group of people who oppose the change in this. And most of the points I was going to make have been made already by the selectmen in their discussion. But the Chatham 4th of July Parade is a big event. Chatham is a special town, and the 4th of July Parade is basically the centerpiece for an awful lot of residents, retired, working people, summer residents, all kinds of people consider the 4th of July Parade the iconic centerpiece of their summer in Chatham. So making a change of this sort is, to my impression, is not really a great idea. It has been mentioned that 2026 is the 250th anniversary of the country. It is also on a Saturday. It's conceivably possible that the parade will be bigger. The parade will be watched by more people. Now we really thank those volunteers who serve on the Chatham Parade Committee. We appreciate their efforts and their planning and the great deal of things that they have thought about and proposed. We also have great respect for Chief Anderson and the Chatham Police Department and their attitudes, but we don't believe that the change should be made this year. Now, it has been said that the group is diverse, and it's perhaps because I'm well-known or I've been here a long time, and maybe because I've written a column about Chatham for the last 17 years for the Chronicle every month. A lot of people call me on all kinds of events and things that happen in Chatham. I have heard from older people, younger people, working people, and even a summer resident has called me about this change. They expressed surprise that the change was proposed without public input. And I just want to make you know that. Some of the things that were talked about, first of all, as Select Member Smith has said, the gaps are one of their concerns. Well, our observation is that the gaps are due to, not because of the parade route or because of the crowd, the gaps are because of the habits of the parade float drivers. And those drivers have their own specific habits, and they cause the gaps. We might suggest that the parade marshals talk with the drivers and try to eliminate those gaps in the thing. It was also mentioned 2 weeks ago that they were thinking about compaction of the crowd, getting the crowd into a smaller place. I don't think that's appropriate with the possibility of a larger crowd and a larger parade. That is probably not an eye. I had the great honor of being your Grand Marshal 2 years ago. And one of the things I was amazed at was just how many people were standing in that area by the Rotary in front of Old Harbor Road. A phenomenal number of people were there. And also, all the way down Main Street and onto Crowell Road, there were a lot of people. And as has been mentioned, it's more of a commercial area as opposed to a residential area. The change to Old Harbor Road moves it into a more residential area. I noticed, I've driven up and down a couple times since this change has been proposed, and I've seen the little fences that are in the front of the yards of some of the people there. Those little fences protect the yards, obviously, but they will prevent large groups from being in front of them to see the parade. I just don't think I don't think it's a great year to do that. And the final thing I think about is, an awful lot of people consider the 4th of July parade a tradition. They have stood in the very same places for many, many years. It is their habit. And I know it was said there will be an attempt to communicate with the public that there's been a change, But as you know, the public does not always pay attention to communications of that sort. So I think, combined with the fact that it's going to start at 9 a.m., changing the habits of people that are decades old. Some people have stood in the same place for 30, 40, 50 years. They stood in front of the community building, or they stood in front of where the Red Nun is, or they stood on Crowell Road. I think attempting to change the habits of Chatham residents who've done the same thing for decades is going to be a very difficult thing. I anticipate that forcing those people into a different viewing spot is going to be difficult logistically. I think it will cause more trouble for the Chatham police and the parade marshals than if they left it the way it is. So we are requesting that you reconsider your endorsement of the change that took place 2 weeks ago. We're asking you to look at it again. We're hoping that you will retain the traditional Chatham parade route. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any other? Mr. Byström. Welcome.
Good evening, Bill Byström, Chatham. It's not easy being a selectman, I can see from that. And
You're going to support our increase
you
in
couldn't pay me enough to be
Are you going to support our stipend?
You couldn't pay me enough, but I
gonna quote
do
you at
think
town
that I have a lot of respect for all the time and effort that all these various committees put into it. No matter what committee you're on, and certainly the police and the parade committee, they have definite concerns from their point of view. I'd just like to mention a few concerns I have from the point of view of a parade participant. I've been doing this for a little while now, and as I get a little older, it doesn't get a lot easier. If you think of the parade route and you compare it to certain things like I do, I think of the Harbor Run. The 5K marker for the Harbor Run is down somewhere around the Fish Pier, which means to get to the middle school from about that area, it's about 1.3 miles, so to speak, more or less. Currently, if you follow the parade route down Crow Road and you end up near the Chatham Boat Company or the DPW, you've got maybe, a quarter of a mile to walk as a parade participant up to the middle school. That place is mobbed, and I think that's one of the things that really should be taken into consideration, because that's the staging point for many, many of the people that participate in the parade. You know, you go there starting 2 or 3 hours ahead of time. You take a bus down to the starting point on Shore Road. You walk the parade for most people. Then you come back, and it's much better to end up maybe a quarter of a mile from your vehicle than a mile from your vehicle. So to me, that really is a major thing. The other thing I sort of have liked, being, again, a parade participant, is when you have some of the gaps, it gives the people that are watching the parade a little bit more time to interact with the bystanders and the parade participants. And there's a lot of give and take. Groups give out hats, they give out candy, they give out this, they give out that. And I know it may create a safety problem from one point of view, but from the point of view of overall enjoyment for the people that are participating in parade and for the people that are watching the parade, I really think it adds a lot. So from that point of view, would you just consider this year keeping the parade route where it is? I think it works best for the people that are actually walking in the parade and for the bystanders. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the audience or online? Mr. Phillips.
Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. I did want to make a comment about the new start time. I guess the reasoning was that people are waiting around, kind of, getting ready for the parade. But I think what wasn't taken into consideration is all the people that have to work on the 4th of July. So that means you got to get there, you already have to get there like an hour and a half earlier than normal. And now you have to get there another half an hour earlier. So, I think that really affects, because if you miss your window, you can't get downtown. So, I think that really affects the workers down there that have to get down there. And I'm for keeping our traditions with the trucks on the side of the road. Thanks.
Thank you. Lieutenant, did you want to speak?
Just a little on behalf of the committee on how good of a job that they did do. They met on all these. Originally, when this idea came out, it was a little shocking, and they had all the same concerns that you all are coming up with now. Some of the issues that Mr. Dykens and Mr. Nicasio brought forward, we felt that there was more access to the downtown area for a longer period of time now that we're cutting it off there at Old Harbor Road. We can get more vehicles down there. We can get more walking traffic. They can park closer. We have the potential for a large parking area using the Little League field at the community center was some of the things we talked about. We're allowing parking on Kroll Road and more parking on Depot Road, so we're able to open that area for more people while maintaining the safety here that we're trying to implement on Main Street and Old Harbor Road. The church and the Masonic has 3-tiered seating, a sidewalk, a hill, and a wall. Now no vehicles are on Main Street, so now we have about a quarter mile more viewing area for more people. So we're moving, I know you were concerned about a lot of the people that were moving from the other part of Main Street and Kroll Road. We'd be squishing them down the other end. It is the 250th year, but I argue that Chatham is already full, every bed is full, all the people that want to come to the parade are coming to the parade. They're going to be more excited because it's 250 years, but I don't feel we'll have significant more people coming to town. The possibility of 3 sets of bleachers on the street edge at the old water department building, access to the playground and the school areas. Seating areas are similar to some of the lower Main Street, similar to the hedged areas, the fences, the shrubs, that's all similar. If you view the area from Shore Road to 400 Main Street area, that's similar to a lot of the seating that we would have on Old Harbor Road. The same length of the parade. They're still working on the parade end. We originally said Barcliff area, but that's still up for discussion. It will probably end at Shore Road. One of the biggest things is the fire department accessibility, both the parade goers downtown and to leave the town open for emergency transports. My fire department, at one point when we go down, our fire department, when we go down Main Street and then up Kroll Road, they are totally blocked in and I can't get them out at all. By taking them down Old Harbor Road, we now have the access to take them out Post Office Road, to take them, I can get them across Barcliff, I can get them back out Kroll Road to get out of town. And I know Chief Devano has spoken on that before. I did have the opportunity to speak with Barrows Excavating, John Martin Excavating, Apex Excavating, and Robert Childs. They're some of the larger trailer vehicles that do come down. We spoke about taking the right-hand turn onto Old Harbor Road. They felt that was easier. If I do have some pictures I can show, but trying to get through the rotary, when we do have those people sitting inside the middle of the rotary and all in the roadway there, they have a difficult area going straight through and cutting back around Cumberland Farms. And they have a more difficult area, or a more difficult time trying to take the right-hand turn from Main Street onto Kroll Road. We have a very difficult time keeping people out of the road to be able to maintain that for the larger vehicles. So they were in support of being able to take the right onto Old Harbor Road. We feel that this pattern would give an ease of foot and vehicle traffic release as the parade comes off of Main Street and onto Old Harbor Road. Everything that's on Main Street can now access and start getting out of the area. Would probably get the area open for the employees that work downtown to open earlier so they wouldn't have such a window of not being able to get to work. We have more areas of town are accessible for those that are not attending the parade. We have plenty of people still coming to town to enjoy the day that aren't going to the parade but can't get anywhere because of the parade. Old Harbor Road does have shaded areas. I know that was another concern I've heard from many people. Along with this parade starting a half hour earlier, the sun's not up and so hot. So we're asking you to continue to make the road more safe with this route, less gaps because they are able to make that right-hand turn easier than having to go through the rotary.
So Lieutenant, I just wanted to kind of bring one other item back on the table, because it was discussed when we considered this 2 weeks ago. When you, with the new route, you don't have the security issue that you have at the Kroll Road intersection, where you have certain streets, you can't block them with trucks like you do the other side streets, right?
Last year, we wanted to. We had a vehicle, a large truck, ready to pull out into Main Street, right at the lights there, to block it off, to not allow anybody to drive through our crowd there, but it was unable to be done because the large tractor trailers couldn't they have to swing left to make that right-hand turn. So we were unable to use that at the time. So my officers, I had 2 there at the time, had to keep removing everybody that kept crowding into the open intersection.
You have to, which streets do you have to keep open? Route 28 and Queen Anne Road?
Queen Anne Road, yeah. But it's hard for them to access that once Kroll is blocked off for the parade.
Okay, thank you.
We're very limited to, like I said, I've witnessed a lot of people coming in to still get to their boats to get out and have their parties out there, to go to the golf courses. They can't get into town to enjoy their parts of the day.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Any more comment? Chief Anderson, did you want to speak?
Probably being the most unpopular person in the room tonight, I just want to be on the record. Whatever the select board votes or changes or not, I get it. But I will ask, most of the concerns that we have that were behind the suggestion of the change of the parade route, besides the big silo of safety, were gaps and other things parade-related. Hearing John Whalen speak, leading a group of diverse, young and old, retired, local, I would ask that you reach out to that same group of people and maybe find us some volunteers, because when they say parade marshal, I heard parade marshal mentioned tonight. Do you know how many parade marshals we had last year? We had 2. I could probably use 10 between the Rotary and Kroll Road if that route stays the same. We don't have parade volunteers anymore. The parade committee, they're all working, but they're usually in a couple of posts that are static, or they might move. They don't walk with the parade. And quite frankly, we don't have enough staffing to escort every parade vehicle. So everything the lieutenant has told you, and every recommendation that was in my staff report for last week still stands. When I hear biggest parade ever, largest crowd ever, that concerns me. I know it's a great thing for everybody, but you know, the police department unfortunately is the department that has to make a decision that might be unfavorable. And I get it, and if you guys want to change your vote back, I respect that too. But I guess what I just want to end with is if the amount of people who are adamant to change it or keep it the way it is, maybe some of you can come help us out on parade day to make a little bit smoother and safer parade, and I'll put it back to you guys, so.
Chief, the parade marshals, though, are not, parade marshals, though, are not police officers.
They are not.
So they really,
They would be volunteers.
they don't contribute to the achievement of security.
They do not.
Okay, wanted to get that out. Yes. Robin Seabrett wanted to speak. And then Carol Gordon, I think, wanted to speak, right? Am I just being, welcome.
Robin Zebrat, forever liver of Chatham, Massachusetts. I don't want to tell you my age, but most of you know that. Being a town person and a family that owns a construction company, I have a father, a brother, a son-in-law, a cousin, a nephew, all who drive the big trucks. And every single one of them said to me, "You've got to be kidding." They have all driven in this parade. They have all participated in this town. And when I told them that they might have to turn down Barcliff Avenue, they were like, it's not going to happen, not going to happen. As also an owner of property on Kroll Road and a house on Queen Anne, I see the people leaving at 6 a.m. from my house down Queen Anne Road to come to the parade. It's not going to make any difference. They're all still going to come. They park in the cemetery, they park in the school, people use the bike path to walk down. It's safer for them to do that. And I just don't think in the long run this is going to alleviate any safety problems other than maybe getting an emergency truck out. And I think we can work on that and make an area that their emergency vehicles can get out safely. I think as someone who's grown up in this town, and I know we don't like change, but we have so many people that come. And I look back at pictures when I was a kid versus now, we have to have a place to put them. And the biggest area that we can put them is from the Rotary down. It has the most space, the most non-threatening for neighbors and homeowners to spread out. I mean, for years we went into the field and that was fantastic. So we wrecked the lawn and the baseball players didn't like it. And so we had to come up with an alternative. But I really think that I like the idea of Mike's idea of having more volunteers. I would be happy to volunteer. I might need a chair. But I think one of the reasons also that we have so many gaps is that the kids, everyone runs. And when you're driving those big trucks, it's scary. When you see those little people running out into the road. And so maybe we should talk about some kind of stream or a rope down the road to keep them in. I just think that there are other suggestions and alternatives to make this happen and still remain where it is.
Thank you. Carol Gordon.
Hi, Carol Gordon, South Chatham, and I'm thinking that if we keep the parade route the way it is for this year, and if the committee needs more volunteers to help eliminate the gaps, I volunteer, and happy to do. The parade and the route has been a constant for so many years. It's why change it on the 250th anniversary, so thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I don't see any. I'll bring it back to the board. Corey?
No, I think the reality is we're dealing with a very large 250th anniversary event coming up. Keeping the parade route traditionally what it has been the last couple of years, I think is fine. But I cannot stress a couple things. One, we need to get public input following this parade because people have mentioned different things, their opinions. It's, crowds get too tight. I've had people come up to me over the last week. They love the new route. They hate the new route. The problem is the trucks are too big. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has an observation, a thought, whatever. So let's collect all this information, have a very strong discussion to move events forward, to improve the events. Change will probably happen. We're not a community that likes change, but it does happen. So I would support keeping the parade route as was last year for this upcoming year. But I would stress we need to get input, and I would stress and I would welcome as many volunteers that could step forward and help out because that is what really helps these events. I mean, every hand, takes a village. The whole thought of public input and participation. We have 5 volunteers to put together the parade, and they're up early, driving stakes in, registering people, making sure people are at certain points. I mean, they are doing a yeoman's work of work on that day. Any extra hands, I'm sure they'd appreciate. So, and it's going to be on a Saturday. And if the weather's good, which please let it be good, there's going to be a lot of people in town. And they're going to be doing the parade, and maybe they're going to be hitting the restaurants later, or maybe they're going to be out boating or whatever, there's going to be a lot of people in town that weekend. So let's have a fun, safe event. You know, get some feedback and try to improve each year as we move forward, so.
Thank you. Any other comment or motions?
We did make a motion,
Front?
yeah.
What's the motion?
The motion was to approve the recommendation to modify the parade route. And I would make a motion that we do not approve, we reverse our recommendation and not approve the new parade route.
And was that seconded?
Oh, I don't know.
Motion to rescind the previous vote?
Rescind the previous vote.
Second.
And endorse the current, the
current
pre-existing.
route. Pre-existing route, yeah.
Is that's a motion. Is there a second? You seconded, Corey?
I second
I
that.
did second it.
Okay, Stuart, you had something?
I just had a comment kind of following up on what Corey said, that, don't worry, Mike, you're not the most unpopular person. You know, the alternate route that we had approved earlier, you know, has some merit because we still have a very long route that we have to cover with public safety folks. And I'm for changing the route to the original route going down Crowell Road. You know, a lot of the comments tonight are certainly valid, but I think it's prudent that we look at this alternative, do some public outreach, and you know, maybe get some more input, because I think that was kind of missing. You know, we got the memo, and we weren't even sure what we were voting on it, because we weren't sure what we were, if we were the group
Well, I
to do
think
it.
we were all very ambivalent and reluctant when we voted.
We were.
Yeah, so,
I was.
you know, no harm, no foul. I think it's a good exercise, but I still think that there are valid points that the police and the parade committee and others have made that we have to consider. This may not be that year, though.
Corey, you had one?
I was just going to say, and I said it before, whatever route we ended up landing on, we are in wonderful hands. Our fire department, police department, DPW, the town staff that goes out and helps and participate that day, we're going to be in really good hands. So they're going to do a top-notch job, no matter what they're what we put forth. And I thank them for their service and time on that day, because it's a long day for them. You know, they're trying to enjoy it too, but we're moving vehicles and manning vehicles to certain locations to create better safety issues. They're putting the trash cans out. They're putting the fire and rescue are all positioned to respond based on the traffic they could be facing. So kudos to them. But we're in really good hands for this community. Chatham is very fortunate to have the staff that we have, and that makes things a little bit easier. But I do think we need to, moving forward, not be dismissive of concerns that I think have merit to discuss further. So.
Just a brief comment. I share Corey's solicitations and his comments, and also the solicitations of our chief, our wonderful chief and his department, and in no way was my wanting to revisit this issue any disparagement of our wonderful department and our Independence Day Committee. I really want you to know that. But again, in my heart of hearts, in my gut, I said, this I don't think we're doing the right thing here. For a whole host of reasons that I've articulated this evening. And I agree with Corey. I think it was a great suggestion to get further input by our public, and also maybe get some marshals, quote-unquote marshals out there and volunteers. And it was neat to hear people say that they would volunteer as well. So anyway, I'll be quiet, but I think we came up with the right decision, or the right recommendation. Thanks.
I am very impressed with the comments, the eloquence of the comments tonight, and I'm as equally divided within myself about which course to take, because I always like to side with the public safety argument as articulated by our public safety department. And I'm concerned about the Crowell Road intersection from a security standpoint. At the same time, I think the arguments for keeping the traditional route are very persuasive, and I am somewhat reluctantly going to support the motion that's on the table, because I think this is probably not the right year to do it. And the suggestions made by Mr. Metters and others, that Mr. Smith, that we keep an eye on the future and make plans that are consistent with the traditions of Chatham, but also in the best interest of public safety. I think those comments are very well taken, and I do hope we get more volunteers. But I think it's our police department and our fire department are going to be very stressed this year with this parade. We have to work for and hope for the best. And I respect the work of the parade committee. I think we all appreciate the efforts that they've made. And if we're going to change it, I think we need to undertake considerable education and informational approaches to make sure that it works well going forward. So with that, I'm going to call the roll on the motion to rescind and basically restore the support for the traditional parade route. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Lieutenant. Okay, we have 2 licenses to take up. First is to consider a special one-day alcohol license for Hey Joe and Jam March 1st, 2026 at 16 Sequoias Road, West Chatham. And I think online is the applicant, Drea Towie.
That's right. Hi.
Ms. Towie?
Hi, I'm Dre Towie. I'm the owner of Hey Joe and Jam at 16 Sequoia.
Excuse me, can we take the conversation outside, please? Can we take the conversation outside? Sorry. Ms. Towie,
Yes.
go ahead.
Oh, so it's just a one-day permit. I don't know what you have for the date. Originally, it was March 1st, but I had to move it to March 8th. It's for a jazz brunch
Okay.
at my coffee house.
So is this an event that you're planning to do on other occasions, or I know this is a one-day license, so is this an event that you want to repeat at some point? I'm just trying to get a sense of,
Yeah, I'd like to.
okay. Any comment or questions?
I just have one question, one quick question. The start time at 10, and that's because it is a brunch event?
Yes.
So you want to serve beer and wine or sparkly?
It's really more geared towards mimosas, but.
Well, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Is there
I move approval. I move approval.
Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. You have it. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Next is to consider an application for a junk dealer collector license, Roadshow Concepts LLC, doing business as the Heartland Roadshow. And presenting this is Amy Morgan of Heartland Roadshow, online. Hi.
Hi there, yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Thank you for having me.
We do have your application.
Sure. Absolutely. So our organization comes to an area. We evaluate items from the general public, anything from coins to jewelry to collectible antiques, kind of you name it, baseball cards, all sorts of items. And then we make an offer after we assess it, and they either accept or don't. It's kind of the nature of it. And then we, generally do really well with our guests and in the areas that we're in. Do you guys have any questions for us?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, what's your experience, the experience of your company? You're an Illinois company, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
What's your
Yes, that's
experience
where our-
doing this, and particularly in Massachusetts? And have you done this in Massachusetts before, or are we the first community that you're requesting this?
Sure. So we have operated in Massachusetts before. We operate in several towns already, ranging from Northampton, Worcester, Burlington, Braintree, Dedham,
Any on Cape Cod?
Waltham.
Any on Cape Cod?
This would be our first branch out onto Cape Cod. We haven't made it out there yet. It's a bit of a stretch, but we are growing and expanding. So we would, like to move into Cape Cod and service the area there as well.
So this is an indoor event. It's comparable, I would think, to the Antiques Roadshow that we see on public television. Is that what it is?
It's very similar to that. We have experts at our shows. We analyze and assess your pieces. But unlike the Antique Roadshow, we will actually purchase your items. Whereas the Antique Roadshow will basically tell you what it's worth at auction. So it differs a little bit in that way. But we've had great success in Massachusetts so far. We've had great success nationwide. So we're just kind of in this period of expansion right now.
What do you do with these items once you purchase them? You sell
Sure.
them?
Sure. We have several. So we have storefronts. We have storefronts in New Jersey, I think, and Chicago currently. And then we also have an eBay presence and a few other avenues for collectible items and things of that nature when we purchase them. Things from like revolutionary swords to Muhammad Ali's boxing shorts to a broken chain of gold. It varies wildly.
And have there been any complaints or problems in other communities within Massachusetts with your operations? Have you had any?
No, sir. I've been at almost every Massachusetts show because I live in Watertown myself, and I have yet to see anyone come in with a complaint or lodge anything like that. I tend to handle most of that directly as I'm here physically in the state.
Okay, and you haven't had any complaints from the local authorities?
No. If anything, the police are overly nice when I meet with them, when I drop off, receipt reports for them at the end of the week or things of that nature. They've always been very helpful.
And this is going to be indoors at the Wayside Inn?
Yes, it will be located at the Wayside Inn. When we work with a hotel, we try to come back to that same location just for ease of reference. And we should be there, periodically every 6 weeks-ish throughout the year. But I think for right now, we're testing the waters with the upcoming date of the 23rd to the 27th.
And my last question, you're an Illinois limited liability company. Are you up to date in your LLC filings in the state of Illinois? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, we're up to date across the board. It's very important for us.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Corey?
Yes, good evening. Only question is if I was a participant who attended the event, what would I expect? Am I allowed to bring one item? Am I bringing multiple items? Am I bringing items that I can only carry in? Just kind of walk me through what an expectation would be.
So that's a great question. The short answer is you can bring as many things as you want. There is no limit for an assessment. It could be one item, like a class ring, or it could be, 10 boxes filled with your antique silver collection that's been, collecting dust in the attic. It could be anything. I've seen people bring truckloads of watches, boxes of baseball cards, all sorts of things. So there's really no limit. And then you see people with 2 things in their pocket. So it varies wildly, and it's all up to the customer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Jeff?
Sounds like fun. I move approval.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun.
I move approval.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, 4-0. You have it. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies. Have a good night.
Okay. I hope these folks are still here. Stepping Stones Road, Housing Development, Ownership Project, a proposal. Proposal evaluation team recommendations to the town manager, affirmation of town manager's award of development rights, and we have with us David Quinn of Housing Assistance Corporation, HAC, as well as Mr. Thad Siamasco from SV Design. He's online, and
And I'm Tana Brennan, also with Housing Assistance Corporation.
thank you very much and welcome. Do we have staff Gloria McPherson? Is she?
She's participating remotely.
Okay, Gloria's online. So who's going to take the lead on this?
I will just provide the hopeful recommended action of the Select Board. First of all, I'm so excited to present this home ownership proposal to the board. It's really a great design, and the process was similar to how we did the other housing developments on Main Street and Meeting House Road, where we had someone answer, or a group answer, our request for proposals. And as you know, you worked on the request for proposals and gave suggestions about minimums and so forth of items to include. We had one group propose, and that's what we have here before you, the Housing Assistance Corporation. And before I turn it over to you, I'll just ask that the board consider affirming the recommendation of the proposal evaluation team and the decision of the town manager acting as the chief procurement officer to award development rights of the property at Stepping Stones Road to the Housing Assistance Corp., also known as HAC, and to authorize the town manager to establish a negotiating team to enter into negotiations for a land disposition agreement with HAC. If you don't mind, I'll ask Gloria if there's anything else she would like to add.
Gloria?
Hi, everyone, sorry. No, I actually don't have anything else to add, but I'm happy to answer questions about the agenda report if you have any.
Okay. All right, I guess we'll turn to HAC.
Great.
Mr. Quinn.
Thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to present tonight. Yeah, we're really excited about this development and the opportunity to build homeownership housing in Chatham. This is a property we've been following for a long time, watching the town's efforts as you've gone through the process of assessing the feasibility of the site, and it really aligns well with Housing Assistance Corporation's mission to develop affordable housing. And more recently, we've really been stepping into focusing on developing middle-income housing. So traditional affordable housing really focuses on 80% of AMI and less. But I think, as we all know, there's a lack of housing available to people with incomes at higher levels. So that was really exciting to see the town interested in pursuing this type of project. So that's really what this is. This is a middle-income housing project. Again, it's for home ownership. And I think we've come up with a really great design, and happy to share it with you tonight. Just quickly, this is, again, the team is Housing Assistance Corporation. We've brought on SV Design as our architect for this project. I just wanted to briefly show a recent example of a project we just completed this past fall in Orleans. So this is 107 Main Street, Orleans. This is a rental project, so it's a little different, and it's a single building. You'll see when we get into our designs, we have it's not a single building. But I just wanted to share this because I think it shows, how careful we are with thinking about the neighborhood context of our projects. This is in an area that's, has a lot of historic homes, very residential. So I think we did a good job of developing a middle density type housing development, but it also fits really well within the surrounding single-family neighborhoods. Our project vision for this project is really just echoing the town's vision. So the town, I think, did a good job outlining in the RFP exactly what you wanted to see. And so we really responded to that and tried to think of it as, how do we implement the town's vision? How do we make the finances work? And how do we come up with a proposal that has enough density to financially support the project and meet the objectives of the RFP, but also fit in Chatham? So what we came up with was a project that is up to 14 homes. And the RFP called for a minimum of 12 units, so it's 14 homes. We came up with a clustered style of development, a mix of 1s, 2s, and 3s. Income levels are tiered. I'll show in the next slide we've tiered. So we have a couple different income groups. We have the 25% at 80% AMI, which is a requirement under Chapter 40B, which is how this project would get permitted. It would go before the ZBA. So there would be lots of opportunity for the public to comment on this as we go through that process of permitting with the Zoning Board of Appeals. And then the remaining 75% of the units we have priced at 2 attainable tiers. And I'll get into that in a moment. And again, just kind of reiterating the importance that we placed on it fitting into Chatham and being something that when you drive by, you're not gonna say like, oh, that's affordable housing. So I think that was really, really important to us. This is kind of a busy slide, and so I won't go into a ton of detail, but I'm happy to go back to it if there's specific questions. But this just really shows the breakdown of the affordability tiers that we're looking at. Again, we wanted to try to capture multiple levels so that we would have opportunities for people to purchase homes at different income levels. And really try to capture a large swath of the income levels in Chatham. So really looking at what are the incomes of town staff and other businesses in Chatham. So really the goal being to try to capture a swath of income levels that are not traditionally eligible for affordable housing as it's usually built, but don't make enough to afford something on the open market in Chatham, which is over $1 million. So again, we have the low to moderate income tier. That's the 80% AMI. That's your required 40B, 25% of units. So those price points at 80% AMI, they're actually priced to be affordable to somebody who makes 70% AMI. That just is to create a little bit of an affordability window to open up a larger buyer pool. So an example price for a one-bedroom is $220,000 for a two-person household of $85,000, up to a three-bedroom price of $290,000 for a household that makes $107,000. And I will say, so these prices are somewhat subject to change. So these are based on, at least the low to moderate income ones are based on the HUD-issued income levels, and so they get calculated by formula, before they're released. But this is roughly where it looks like it's shaking out right now. And then the two other tiers are higher income levels. So we have one tier that we're right now pricing at to be affordable to a household that makes 120% AMI. So for reference, that's a two-person household making, so it's priced at 120, but eligible to people up to 200% AMI. That might be a little confusing. I know we've had some discussion on that with the interview committee. But the idea is that it's priced so that somebody who's making 120% AMI could afford it and not pay more than 30% of their income. But people with higher incomes would actually be eligible to apply up to 200% AMI. So that's the idea there. Price points in the 400s and 500s. And then the second tier of attainable housing is up to priced for 150% AMI with, again, the eligibility up to 200% AMI. I would say this is the point, this was in the interview with the selection committee, this was the area that we had the most discussion on. And so I'll just say that the town does have a lot of flexibility in terms of how these two attainable tiers are structured or what exactly the tiers are. So I do think this is an area that we'd be looking for staff input on and trying to fine tune which price points make the most sense. So I just to throw that out there, there is some flexibility in terms of the final pricing and how we structure this. But I think this gives you the idea of what we're trying to accomplish. And then this is the unit mix. So we have, again, these three tiers. We have the minimum, the under 40B, the kind of your starting point is you have to have 25% at 80% AMI. You have to have 10% of the units as 3 bedrooms, and then the rest we're trying to spread out to create a good mix of unit types.
And I just want to add that it's not just the pricing that we would be flexible on, but also the eligibility. So we can structure the tiers and the sort of eligible buyer pools such that when we run a lottery, we're capturing different pools to distinguish among Tier 1 and Tier 2.
That's a good point. I think what's interesting about doing this attainable housing approach is that the town does have a lot of flexibility. Us working with the town has a lot more flexibility in terms of how we can structure this, because it's not going to be a state-funded project. We're not as subject to the requirements of state lenders in exactly how we structure the requirements, or if there may be additional local preferences or town staff preferences, or whatever the town may want to consider. We do have some flexibility to kind of work outside your typical framework of what we're required to do if we have state funding. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Thad, who I believe is with us.
I'm still here. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. Yeah, Thad Sabasco, architect, offices on the parade route on 693 Main Street, next to Roundabout Gas in Chatham. We have been on the site many times, you know it well. The RFP gave us a nice site plan to work with. And we just set out to create a small-scale neighborhood that would fit its unique site and its place in the town. As David mentioned on the site plan, you can see there are 14 townhomes located in 7 buildings with 30 parking spaces, so 2 spaces per unit plus a couple extra. Given the traffic activity on Stepping Stone, it made sense to us to provide a common driveway that served all of the units with only 2 curb cuts, and one which aligns with Heritage and the other down the far end of the site. We have a 20-foot driveway that the fire code requires that driveway, but we're going to try to change the materials some and try to reduce its apparent width, visual apparent width. And we get the fact that the public view of this site now is of the woods, and so we strive to maintain that wooded border. It doesn't have any major trees in it, which actually makes it a little easier to keep that border. There's a bit of a berm along the road, so I think this is going to give us privacy for the new homeowners, but also maintain the view of more of a wooded lot for the folks who are driving up and down Stepping Stone. So yeah, we've created 2 neighborhood clusters of townhouses, so 6 in each, with a landscaped parking court. Each of those homes has a covered porch facing each other, so it really enhances neighborhood interaction, we think. And so there's 2 of them, and in between the 2 clusters, there's some common open space, maybe enough room for a wiffle ball game, potentially a gazebo. Each of the units gets either a deck or a patio, depending on where it falls on grade, as well as some kind of a yard that might be dedicated. Maybe there's a split rail fence that gives folks who own a unit some sense of their own yard space as well. We are orienting these units to maximize the privacy one from the other to the extent we can, either how we've oriented them or the landscaping that we're going to put up with them. And there's a bike shed near the bike path. We probably have trash and individual lean-to corrals along the buildings. And then last, there's the far east end of the site has 2 one-bedroom flat units. We're thinking that may be operated more by some senior folks who might want to be a little closer to town. So it's down on that end. All of the units would have full basements. There's a drop-off toward the back of the site, as you well know. So those units likely would have some windows into their basement area, so they have the potential to finish basements at some point. And we're also cognizant of the view of this project from those folks on the bike path, and we're going to work hard to minimize the visual impact of our project on the bike riders. So that's generally the site plan. And then the next slide, I think, is a view of the project. So really, we're looking at the idea of it's a Chatham vernacular, pitched roofs, gently pitched roofs, architectural asphalt shingles, natural shingles siding, divided light windows, maybe a highlight color on the door, but really trying to have this thing fit in pretty quickly to feel like it's, if you will, always been there and belongs on this particular site. So this is a view of it as you're looking east as you enter. You can see on the far left is the bike shed, and then this is one of the clusters that's sort of straight ahead of you. And next slide, please. It's just these are the typical fronts of the buildings. Up top's the 1-bedroom, smaller covered porch. Bottom left is the 2-bedroom unit. They're all townhouses, as I mentioned, and then on the right is a 3-bedroom unit, clearly compatible one with the other. And we'll work to get some differentiation, but perhaps it's door color or thing, but really trying to make this feel like it's a uniform neighborhood. And next, please. So the floor plans are generally open plans. That's a 1-bedroom you're looking at with a single bath, laundry in the unit, nice open plan. Plenty of light. The townhouse style with a duplex allows you to get windows and light on 3 sides. And some good access points, either off the front or off the side or even off the back, depending on where you are on the grade. This is a 660-foot unit for the one-bedroom, pretty standard-sized unit, maybe a little bit generous for one bed as you'd expect in an ownership unit. And then the next slide is a two-bedroom, I believe. Again, the second floor has 2 bedrooms and 2 baths, so it has, if you will, a master bath, and then there's a half bath downstairs. Again, much more open plan, and then in these units, the laundry room is downstairs. So nice, clean, efficient design with maximizes the space. These are 1,206 square feet, so about 1,200 square feet. It's a good-sized 2-bedroom unit. That does not include the basement square footage, which could be, finished at some point. And then I think the last one we have to show you is a 3-bedroom. RFP suggested that making sure the kitchens are a little bigger as the units got bigger, which we've done. I think this is 1,340 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths again, open plan, same general concept, covered porches and so forth. I'd say last that, in terms of sustainability, just quickly, you guys are a stretch code community, which means we'll be super energy efficient and well insulated. The roofs are solar ready and oriented for a good amount of solar panels. We are, just by being in town with this kind of density, is by definition makes it a pretty sustainable project. We are not going to use any fossil fuels for heating and cooling and domestic hot water. The plantings that we do plant would be native and drought tolerant. We'll have the dark sky compliant lighting package, which means that there won't be any light spillover into adjoining properties, keeps the glare down, and so forth. And I know that's speed talking. Happy to answer any questions. I think David wants to continue talking a little bit too about the financing.
Yeah, thank you, Thad. And the only one thing I'll add about the design, and this is another item that came up in our interview with the selection committee, was there was some discussion of whether 12 units might be more appropriate. So that is something we're looking at. And obviously that'll be a conversation that comes up with the ZBA as well. Trying to see if it makes more sense to kind of spread the units out a little bit, if that gives us a little more space on the site to, pull us back from the bike path. So we didn't want to show that because it was, our proposal included 14, but I think we would hope that, if we were awarded the LDA, would kind of give us the flexibility to, as we get into the formal design development process, to look at the options of a 12-unit design versus the 14-unit design. Next, the financing approach. So this project, in a lot of ways, is much simpler than most affordable housing projects that we develop because, unfortunately, because there is no state funding for this type of home ownership project, at least not in Chatham. There's some state funding for home ownership projects in gateway cities and certain qualified census tracts, but not right now in Chatham. So really, there's 2 sources of funding that would need to be contributed to make the project work. One is the sales from the homes, which we would bridge with a private construction loan to bridge that coming in at the end, and then a local contribution from the town of Chatham, which we have requested, and we know would have to go before town meeting, of $2.1 million. Our proposal was silent on which pot of money that came from, but just that as a whole, that was what we felt would be needed to fill the gap and make the project pencil. So we have a project with a total development cost of just under $9 million, construction costs just over $6 million, soft costs just over $1 million. So that's the architects, engineers, legal fees, permitting, construction loan interests, all of your non-construction costs. And then we're carrying contingencies on soft costs and construction costs as well. These are based off of very recently completed projects, included 107 Main Street, and then also a project we have under construction in Hyannis. We haven't bid this out yet, so that's one of the things actually we're doing right now is we have contractors looking at this from both a modular construction approach and a on-site stick-built approach. That's going to be one of the first determinations we need to make, because that impacts how we design the buildings. Other line items, developer fees and overhead, that's really covering Housing Assistance Corporation's costs to staffing and overhead costs to run the project over the couple of years. Although you see in the sources table below, we do typically defer a portion of that back into the project. you know, as kind of a standard thing that we do, as well as some reserves available as well. I think that's it on this slide, unless you have questions. Timeline. Again, without state funding involved in this, you know, it's obviously unfortunate that, you know, that state resources are limited, but in a way it helps us move forward potentially more quickly if we do get the support of town meeting to fund the project locally. Because we don't have to sit and wait for multiple funding rounds that a lot of projects have to go through. So our goal here, this is a rough timeline. If we're awarded the project, we'd be working closely with town staff to try to execute a land disposition agreement. We have here by May. I have town meeting request on May, although it may make more sense to wait until the fall for that, until the project's a little more developed. I don't know if you all may have some thoughts on that. Either way, so when doing 40B, we have to submit a site eligibility application to the state to approve project to move forward under Chapter 40B. That process typically takes a couple of months. We've seen it vary quite a bit, but I think it'll be, I would say probably 3 months or so from the time we submit it to the time we hear back that it's eligible to move forward to the ZBA. During that time, we would be doing full design development on the project, so really taking this conceptual plan, you know, bringing on the full team, hiring our engineer, doing surveying, designing the buildings, getting it to the permit level drawings that we need to go before the ZBA. With the goal of being before the ZBA in November. Obviously, we'll try to get there as soon as we can, but I think that's a realistic timeline, assuming the site eligibility process moves quickly. ZBA, it really depends. The timing really depends on a lot of factors. We've seen projects like this go very quickly and be approved permits in 1 to 2 meetings. Other projects take 6 months. It really just kind of depends on the level of input and changes that are requested, if any. So this assumes a couple-month zoning board of appeals process, which would put us in a good position to be trying to close on loans and start construction late spring, early summer next year. So there's a lot of ifs and assumptions in this timeline, but that sort of gives you a sense of how we're thinking about the timeline. And the photo here is it's the photo of, again, 107 Main Street. We did use modular construction there, and we're really looking strongly at doing that on this project. I think it has a lot of benefits, but you know, we haven't made that final decision yet. The one benefit of that is that it does help the project have less of an impact on the surrounding neighborhood. So it's very busy for 2 weeks, but you don't have 6 months of nail guns and that sort of thing. And obviously there's cost savings and a construction interest savings because it's a quicker process. With that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to make some introductory comments, then I'll turn to my colleagues on the board. I love this project. Could you put the slide back up that shows the east view? That, no.
Oops, yeah.
That.
This is looking east, yep.
That looks great. I like the fact that HAC is a nonprofit, Cape Cod-based organization. The architect has an office here in Chatham. I don't know if you have offices elsewhere, but you've got an office, as you said, right on the parade route. The new old one. The new old parade route.
We'll have to volunteer.
I'm sorry you had to wait for so long to come up to the podium. Just a few comments. I think that the evaluation committee did a great job. We should mention, I'll ask Jill to mention who was on it. Staff, Gloria, Katie. The Affordable Housing Trust deserves commendation for working and proposing the RFP to us, which we made very slight revision to. Obviously, there's going to be a process, if the board approves it tonight, to come up with a land disposition agreement, and there may be some modifications. I'll just state personally, individually, I like the 14 units versus 12. I love that it's ownership. That's what a number of us have been I think all of us wanting to push for the town. There were a couple of alternatives that were suggested or questions about, for example, should one of the units be ADA accessible? I would submit not. That's just my personal view. I don't think it's needed. I understand those are important, but there are only 14 units here, or possibly 12. I hope it's 14. I mean, that's not a deal breaker for me, but that's my suggestion. I don't think we need to put EV charging stations there. We have 8 of them downtown, brand new, that are very close to this development. I like the solar-ready roofs, but I don't think we need to. I'm trying to limit expense on all of these points.
Appreciate it.
Because we happen to have a fund that we set aside that has enough money to pay for the 2.1 million. It's from the short-term rental tax that we were smart enough to take 1% of that and put it in that account for something like this, so we could have attainable housing. Let me just ask a question about the solar-ready roofs. If somebody wanted to put solar panels, this is going to be an association, almost like a condominium association. Would that require the approval of the association, or would all the roofs have to be, if they ever wanted to put the solar panels, which we certainly wouldn't discourage, but, or could one unit just put them up? I don't know if you have an answer to that, or is that up to the association when they develop their rules and?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that came up in our conversation with the selection committee, is that if we were to put panels on ahead of time, we'd probably do it as the entire system would go back through like one common meter, as opposed to being owned by the individual owners. Because otherwise there's how do you split that up? There's different roofs are facing different directions. And, you'd have to have, a bunch of different utility meters. And so that's the first part. But I think if the HOA wanted to allow people to add solar later, they certainly could. I mean, I think we could, if we're setting up the HOA, we could write it so that it's allowed. I guess they could.
Those would be in
overrule that
the
later, but
association documents for them to decide.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, I just want to make sure I covered everything I wanted to say up front. The proposed color is a gray, right? On the siding?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it's.
Natural weathered gray.
Yeah, and and the material is cementitious.
Yeah, it's likely cementitious shingle, which is getting better and better and more real looking, if you will. You may have seen it in some projects now. Just for maintenance purposes for these, it probably makes sense to use it.
Well, I think this is great. I think it fits the neighborhood, and I know you're going to have to go through this whole process with the zoning board and so forth, but those are my thoughts on it. Corey, you were on the evaluation committee, and it'll start with you, and then whoever.
No, I think the reception of this proposal was very positive, and we're excited to see home ownership model, something we surely need in this community. So it was great. Great being able to work with the applicant. Very great conversations, very good presentations, with a lot of back and forth. So it was a very positive experience from that perspective. This couple hit on a couple points, mostly on the site. A lot of positives. We like the fact of the access road coming in, not multiple curb cuts on Stepping Stone. It kind of brought everything in. You got that natural buffer that's out there. There's probably going to be some infilling needed, to fill it in, but it gives us some privacy. The committee kind of thought solar ready should be solar now. So that was our position, that we thought, let's do all the solar now. EV was part of a discussion. I thought not necessarily having the EV spaces, but at least having some the outlets prepared to have an EV, because you think about it, we didn't really talk about are these spaces dedicated per particular unit. Is that EV space going to be units for, assigned to unit 4? Is it a common area? So there's a lot of EV discussions out there. I personally leaned on 12 units versus 14, only from the sense of we see, this project, this could need a little bit of tweaking. You know, the broken up parking spaces were really nice. It breaks up the site very, very well. I think there's a little bit of room for improvement for spacing. But you have things like units, 1 and 2 are really tight against that bike trail. You give it a little, removing one of the buildings, maintaining the 1 bedroom, so you probably end up losing the 2 bedroom, gives you a little bit of space to maneuver, pulling away from the bike trail. You look at units 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, there were some comments that were made by the group that, that private area is a little bit tight, maybe a little more room for privacy. We're not looking at a centralized trash area, so we don't worry about that. We're depending on each unit having their own receptacles. Actually, in hindsight, with all the snow, maybe the snow removal area should have been a little bit bigger, whatever. All the units are proposed to have basements. Washer dryers on the bottom. The 1 bedrooms were not proposed to have a basement. There were some comments by at least some of the members of the committee about putting basements in the 1 units.
They have basements.
They
It's
have
just,
basements?
it's a bulkhead
Oh,
access
sorry, I'm sorry.
rather than.
Right. They all have basements, but access through the 1 bedrooms were through the bulkhead, where the other ones were through the interiors.
Right, which is
Okay.
why the washer and dryer unit is interior.
Yep, you were sorry. There's a lot of personal space with storage. There's some closets. I had my own feelings about certain closets in the bathrooms, but that's my own personal quirk. But overall, I think this is a really good project. I do think, I know it's not a decision yet, but I think off-site fabrication of the structures for this type of project make a whole lot of sense. I think there's some efficiency in it. And I think more importantly to the neighbors, it is going to be less intrusive. So I do think you're going to have some cost benefits for their being a good neighbor. So I know this is a decision not to be determined yet, but I do think that there's some merit in really going that way. I'm excited about this project. It's a little bit more than I expected, but I think they did a really good job, and I think this is something that the town can get behind. I'm trying to think if there's anything I really missed. No, I mean, this is something that I think we desperately need, and I think you guys did a wonderful job, so.
Thank you. I just want to add two things that I neglected. Other than the 14 units, and I appreciate Corey's concerns about trying to reduce it to 2, but I feel pretty strongly about the 14 units. Everything else I said is not, for me, a deal breaker. I would like to see this go to the May 2026 town meeting, even if we get a vote, if it's legally acceptable, that's contingent on whatever approvals you need, rather than calling a special town meeting in the fall, which costs the town about $6,000 to do. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Jeff, you wanted to go next?
Yeah, I had picked up the package the other day, and I hadn't seen any of this. I had no clue what was coming at me. And, I was very pleased. I think it's a great-looking project for that site. I really like the layout in each townhouse. I want to maximize our capacity to offer attainable housing, so I would lean towards the 14. Point made, though, that patio in 1 and 2, as Corey just noted, is really close to that bike trail, so if there's anything we can do to ameliorate that proximity, it's very close. And the privacy, if you're out in that patio in unit number 1, within the summertime, a lot of bikers going by, runners and stuff, you're going to have very little privacy, which would argue for it decreasing the amount of units. But I want to maximize the number of units, to be honest with you. Love the fact that you kept our scrub pines out there out front. I think that's very important. I don't disparage the scrub pine, but it's important, I think, from a visual perspective. I think solar's now, because this faces south-southwest almost. No, that's, north, south, east, west, so it's not a bad south-facing, it's pretty good, I think. So I would argue for solar now. Why put it off? Many questions about how those utilities get, divvied up and stuff. But I had a question on financing. I know we have our town side monies, but the owners, are you guys acting as a bank, or are you, okay?
Yep.
So each individual owner goes and applies for a mortgage and gets approved, et cetera. Okay.
Right, correct.
All right, and the numbers could fluctuate a bit, based on kind of the final designs and what we kind of think about we want to include or not.
Yeah, I think we want to do a little bit of a deeper dive and understand exactly where income levels land in Chatham to make sure we're not missing a group that, probably should be included in this attainable range or, so. Yeah, we just wanted to, make sure we made that point that there is some potential, and we will take a deeper dive and look at it.
I mean, just the housing's still pretty expensive, but it's nowhere near as expensive as what's on the market. I mean, it's still expensive. You still have to have quite a good income in order to qualify. I guess those are my remarks. I mean, again, I was very positive. I loved it. I really liked it a lot. The layout's great. I think the use of the site is great. I love the fact that the bike trail's right there. I think it fits with the neighborhood. I'm listening to my ZBA, putting my ZBA hat on. I think it pretty much coheres with the neighborhood. Yes, it's tight, but we want housing. We want attainable housing. So those are my initial thoughts.
Yeah, I had the same reaction when I picked up the package because I hadn't seen it before either. Stuart, did you have anything?
Sure.
to add?
Yep. Thanks for participating in this. A lot of controversy over the other projects, so it's nice to see something that might go through much more smoothly. What type of outreach is, and maybe, I don't know if this is you folks, or is the outreach conducted with the neighborhood with, through zoning and the regulatory boards? Or is?
Yeah, we typically try to do neighborhood outreach prior to going to the zoning board. Part of the process of applying to the zoning board is that every abutter within a certain distance gets a letter and gets notified of the public hearing, but we do try to, we make a point to meet with neighbors.
Yeah. And has any of that been done yet, or have we gotten any, maybe that's a Gloria McPherson question, but has there been any feedback, Gloria, at all from the neighbors?
Hey, Stuart. So the evaluation team just made their recommendation last week, and I just posted all of these plans on the website. So we really haven't done that kind of neighborhood outreach because technically it would be premature because you guys haven't yet affirmed the decision of the town manager in the decision to award the development rights to Hack.
Yeah, it's kind of the chicken and the egg, right? Because, we vote to approve and, it kind of gets away. In any event, I like the project. But I do believe that less density is less impactful on the neighborhood, and that is a positive thing, not only for this, but for our future projects. We don't want to annoy the entire community on housing unnecessarily, because we're going to need them in the future. So I would encourage the 12 units as well. I noticed up on the slide you mentioned the HOA fees. Is there any? There was no number with that, but is there an estimate at all on
Yeah, we had a hidden slide that we
Oh,
thought
okay.
was too dense for this.
Uh-huh.
So this is probably more information than you want to see, but it's this kind of shows the entire kind of behind the scenes calculation of how we came up with the sales prices based on the different income levels. And so the sales prices are based on a monthly payment where a person or a household at that income level would be paying 30% of their income towards their housing cost. And the housing cost includes their mortgage and interest, principal and interest, taxes, insurance, PMI, and HOA fees. Right now, we have a flat HOA fee of $300 across the board for modeling purposes. What we would do is have the HOA fee based on square footage. So it'd be different for the one bedroom or the 3-bedroom. But.
Great, thank you. The LDA, I know that has been an issue on the Main Street and Meeting House Pond projects. How does that work, Jill? Is that, it's developed by the town, I assume. Does it ever come back to the board?
Yes, so we had the same members of the LDA group for the Meeting House Road, and Main Street. It was, I know it was Jeff Dykens, Stephen Daniel, just trying to think of my list. Help me out, Jeff, if you could, or Gloria. So we had a number, and we worked directly with Town Council, Lisa Mead. And we are somewhat constrained to what was submitted as a response to the RFP.
Yeah.
But there were certain areas where, I think we talked about solar ready, some of the washer and dryer units, and other items that were still, yeah, up in the air, and had some flexibility. But the LDA is more of a financing document with some preferences, and then from there, it would go to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Great.
But it comes back to us.
It
Yes,
does.
it comes back to the board to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. You know, one of the things, you know, you drive over to, I don't know who's doing the project, so I'm not picking on you folks, because it may not be you. But we look at some of these housing, you know, initiatives that we're taking, and, you know, the first thing you hear from builders is, what a terrible quality job is done on some of them. How do you oversee that? Do you folks oversee that? I mean, is that?
Yeah, we hire a general contractor.
Right, but
Yeah.
sometimes the general contractor is, you know, taking liberties that maybe they shouldn't, and we end up with less than good quality construction.
You know, we work closely with our general contractors. I mean, we're overseeing the project. We're not swinging hammers, but
Right.
absolutely remain highly involved as the developer of the project. It's our reputation as well that
Yeah.
is, you know, on the end product. So, and also our design team, SV Design, has a vested interest.
Yeah, we follow the project right through occupancy,
Okay,
making sure the contractor delivers what's in the specifications and plans. And then, of course, we have to sign off at the end that it meets what was drawn on the plans and it meets the code. So we have an obligation, projects like this, to ensure that they're done well.
great. I mean, it's a frequent criticism that I hear. So, you know, you'd like these people to be living in quality construction.
No, I understand the question. Yeah, so I mean, I think in the other check we have in place is that all of our funders and, you know, our construction lender, at our expense, we have to hire a third-party inspector every month. So every payment request that comes in from our general contractor has to be signed off by us, by the architect, and by a lender's third-party inspector to verify that it's been being built to the specifications on the plans.
And I think I heard architect here, that it's an all-electric, well, no fossil fuels anyway.
Right, all electric, yep.
Guess there's pros and cons to that, but we get that. I agree that holding off on the solar panels is probably just to keep the cost manageable for people. So, I mean, those are my comments. I think it's a nice plan. I wish it was taking place in other parts of our community. Thank you.
I just have a couple of follow-ups. I noticed that your Orleans project, you used real plywood. It looked to me, that was a modular construction, but it wasn't press board. The sewer, how are we going to coordinate if in fact this is a go, which I would hope it would be, but, you know, I know there's a lot of questions to be answered, but we have a sewer line to run through there, do we not?
Yes.
Yet to do?
Gloria, do you want to weigh in on that?
Pardon me, what was that again?
Well, Gloria, we had some discussion earlier about sewering stepping stones so we could service this complex. So I just wondered, you know, is that part of the planning? Is there going to be a cost for the town? We should probably include it in the overall cost, blah, blah, blah.
So we practically abandoned the idea of writing sewering into the RFP because the last time I spoke with the DPW director, the estimate for getting sewer to that part of town, which would include a pump station, got pushed out to like 2033. So the immediate development is not going to tie into any new sewer expansion, it's possible that they'll do individual pumps like E1s up to the existing manhole. And some of the units, especially the ones on kind of the left side of the site, may actually be able to gravity feed to that. But those are the things that are going to be worked out during site design development as Hack and Thad work through the design.
I'm just double checking, it's not going to be an impediment.
I don't believe it is. I mean, I would put that question to Hack as they responded to the project, understanding the limitations of the site.
Yeah, I mean, our understanding is that the project can connect to the existing sewer, as Gloria mentioned. Obviously, we need to bring on an engineer and work closely with the town to confirm that, and that would be one of the first things we'd have to do. But yeah, that is our understanding, based on what we've been told.
Okay, thank you.
So the sewer line currently runs to just 2/3 of the way up, is that the?
Comes up Crowell.
But does it run all along stepping stones?
No.
But there's a.
So it doesn't, and there's topography on the road. So if you pull up the diagram, the site plan, I can kind of talk you through where the sewer is.
The one bedrooms can be gravity, but I don't know, yeah.
No, exactly the opposite. So the sewer manhole in Stepping Stones Road is opposite that first cross street on the lower left of the plan. So opposite that first pod on the left is where a sewer manhole is. It's fairly deep. I think the invert is something like 10 feet deep, but the elevation is a little bit lower as you go back where that first pod is. So there's going to have to be some engineering to determine whether that first pod can gravity feed to the sewer manhole. It may. So the other pod and the one bedrooms are not going to be able to gravity feed. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm fairly confident that those are not going to be able to gravity feed. And that sewer manhole goes to the left. So it's heading downhill in that way. And there's really nothing on the right side of the site that could connect.
So where would the funding for the sewer connection come from, or is that part of it's not part of this?
So the connection to that sewer would be part of this project. Like the way that they connect would be part of the project. It's likely to be gravity lines and then some individual pumped lines with individual E1s in the units.
But is that factored into the?
Yeah, we're assuming paying for the connection.
Okay.
Yeah. We haven't fully engineered it yet, so I mean, it's possible there'll be some surprises.
You get a free grinder pump under for each unit. Seriously, you do.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead, Stuart.
The 2.1 town contribution does that change if we decide or goes to 12 units as opposed to 14, or is?
It could, yeah, I mean, that could reduce it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it would reduce it by exactly 150 because you're still carrying the site costs across fewer units. But, I think, yeah, if we reduced units, we would reassess the total budget and what the gap is.
And that funding is 1% of the short, it goes into a different fund?
We increased the short-term rental tax, or the
Right.
hotel motel tax, wasn't it? The hotel motel tax, we increased it by 2 percentage points 3 or 4 years ago. We got the legislature to okay us setting up 2 separate funds, one for the elementary school, which we're responsible for, and one for attainable housing. And so we put 1% in one and 1% in the other. Right now they're identically funded because no one's tapped into them.
Right.
Requires a town meeting simple majority vote to spend from them. So apparently it's about $3 million in each fund.
And this is a town account,
Yes.
controlled town.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. This has to go to town meeting, get town meeting approval.
Great, thank
So
you.
the Attainable Housing Fund requires a simple majority vote at town meeting. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which can be used to cover the percentage of the project costs that are affordable at 80%, AMI, which is 4 out of 14 units, just requires a vote of the Affordable Housing Trust.
right,
But I
right.
want to add that any funds that are required through, even the Attainable Housing Fund through town meeting vote, is not going to impact the budget. Like, that money is collected on a quarterly basis and added to that account, and it's a dedicated account for
Right.
for attainable housing.
Right, it doesn't,
So we will be going to town meeting to ask for approval to expend some of those funds, but it's not going to have an impact on the budget.
Right,
Because
right.
those monies
yeah.
are already there.
it's a freestanding segregated account. And you're right to point out, because I hadn't done that, that a portion of the overall cost is coming out of the Affordable Housing Trust. And the reason why we have a portion affordable is so that you can get a 40B permit through the zoning board, because you might have to make some modifications under zoning. Okay, and one last question. As I read this, you would conduct a lottery? Is that how that this would work? You would market this?
That's right. Yes, so Housing Assistance Corporation, we do have an in-house team that runs lotteries for our developments and other developments, and so we would be running the lottery for it.
You're doing one for the town of Chatham right now on Crowell Road?
That's right, yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Any public comments? Mr. Phillips?
Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. My first question is do the homeownership association fees ever go up? And then my other question is, what maintenance falls on the homeowners association and what falls on the homeowner itself?
So the first question is that, so what we would do is we would establish a base fee to cover anticipated operating costs. We would set up a board, so there'd be residents that would volunteer to be on the HOA board. We would stay involved probably for a year or two to get the board running. We would develop all the rules and regulations about the HOA. At some point, we would hand that off, we would step away, and then the HOA would be run by the homeowners. So at that point, it would be up to the homeowners to vote on what the fees are to make sure, obviously to make sure that you're operating the development. In terms of what costs are covered, so typically the HOA fees will cover plowing, common landscaping, common utilities. In this case, since they're duplexes, would probably be roofs and exterior repairs. Yeah, we'd have to kind of go through and figure out what exactly would be HOA fee covered things versus individual homeowners. I mean, we're planning on doing private yards, so the private yards would be the responsibility of the homeowner, but any common space would come out of the HOA fees. That answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Thank you. Dee Dee Holt?
Thank you. Dee Dee Holt, Striper Lane. I didn't come to speak to this, but I'm here. So I'm just a reminder that this is the third project now that's being built in undeveloped areas, that all three, as a matter of fact, are woodland. And in this particular case, two of the benefits of trees would be shade and then clearing the impurities in the air due to the vehicle traffic primarily. I would just, I guess, impress that as many trees as possible be kept or be planted on this property. Looking at this diagram, there's not a lot. I mean, it's mainly on the other side of, I guess, of your driveway. And I guess that's just a request to consider that aspect in your further development. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? I don't see any. Did you want to say something?
I did. I neglected to introduce who the evaluation team
Yes.
were, and they did a really great job. So the evaluation team did a really great job. So it included a member of the Select Board, Corey Metters, a member of the Affordable Housing Trust and Community Housing Partnership, Carolyn McClellan, filled both roles. Town of Chatham staff member, Terry Whalen, who's been a participant on all of our evaluation RFP teams, and a local builder, Tim Smith, which was really exciting to have him back, and then J.G. Schock, who is a local resident, also participated, and it was a really great group. They asked very thoughtful questions during the presentation, and I really want to thank them for their service.
Thank you, Jill. So if we move to affirm this and turn it over to you, you would be appointing a, I don't know what you call it, a working group or whatever to work on the land disposition agreement, as you did in the last.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to throw it open. Mr. Metters, do you want to have the honor of offering the motion because you were on the evaluation team? It's on the last page.
I move to affirm.
It's 9:45. I'm on. I move to affirm the recommendation of the proposal evaluation team and the decision of the town manager acting as chief procurement officer to award development rights of the property at Stepping Stones Road to Housing Assistance Corp., HAC, and authorize the town manager to establish a negotiation team and enter into negotiations for a land disposition agreement with HAC.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hanging around.
Good job.
Great, great. Thank you,
Thank you,
everybody.
everybody. Good night now.
Okay, the next item is to consider an increase to the non-resident beach pass fee. And for that, we have our Director of Community Services, Leah Lacrosse, and the Deputy Director for Recreation and Beaches, Amy Howell, who are online. So who's going to present this?
We're going to start off with Amy. Amy, are you there?
I see Leah. There's Amy.
Jamie.
Yes, hi. Good evening. Can you hear me? Great.
Yes.
So we are looking at proposing an increase to our non-resident beach fees starting this summer, June 1st. So the last time the town raised the fees was in 2016. So our current rate is $20 for a daily pass. We are proposing $30. For a weekly, it's $75. We're proposing $90. And for a seasonal, our current rate is $175, and we are proposing $190. And really the driving force behind this rate increase is to offset the immense rising operational costs associated with running the beaches. Main component of this is this summer we are looking at moving towards offering credit cards as a payment option at the beaches. So this fee increase would help offset moving towards that, the infrastructure of the credit card machines, licensing. The town will also absorb any fees associated with each transaction with the credit cards. And then the other driving force is the increased staffing costs in the last couple of years. Obviously, everyone's aware of the national and regional lifeguard shortage and our struggle to recruit and retain them. So we've increased our staffing over 10, the pay rates this year is over 10% our lifeguard staff is getting. So again, this increase will kind of help offset those rising costs as well. And so that's about it. So I will answer any questions that you guys have about it.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Questions for Amy?
Sure. Good evening, Amy. Thanks for the comparison towns. I think that was great, really helpful to me anyway. And I thought I read it, but maybe you can point me to it. Do you have an estimate as to how much additional money this would be bringing in?
Yeah, so going off of last year's passes total, it'll be around $95,000, give or take. Obviously, you know, our intake is very weather driven, so, but around $95,000 it will raise.
Great. And that'll be used for augmenting the hike and lifeguard pay, so we can get some lifeguards and to implement, what did you say, the credit card program?
Yeah.
Correct, yes. So so we have always been cash only. And so we will be moving towards offering cash payments and credit card payments along with Apple and Google Pay, which is pretty much the #1 request that we've gotten at the beaches. And it will help decrease our cash flow at the beaches. So, we're pretty excited to be able to offer that to the community.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Core?
No, just, this was brought before the Park and Rec Commission last meeting. I've seen it. I understand the reasoning behind it, and I can support it.
Yeah, I support it as well. I just want folks to know, if we raise our daily rate to 30, Harwich is 30, Orleans is 32.50, a little bit of a disparity in our weekly rate between our sister communities. 90 for Chatham, we would raise it to, and Harwich is at 75, but Orleans, boasting, I'm sure, Nauset Beach is at 165, so appreciably above the 90. Then again, that same theme continues with our seasonal permit. If we raise it to 190, Harwich is at $1.75, but Orleans is at $4.20. So we're still well within the market and regional norms, and I support the recommendation. And I'll entertain a motion.
I guess I could do that. Unless you want to do it, liaison.
Liaison.
I move to approve the proposed increase in non-resident beach passes as outlined in the staff report with an effective date of June 1st, 2026.
And a second. Good.
Been moved and seconded. Let me call the roll.
Call the roll.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Final
Thank you.
item. Dee Dee Holt, consider the recommendations to revise the Open Space Committee charge. This has been submitted by the Open Space Committee Chair, Dee Dee Holt.
Patience, Dee Dee, patience.
I bet you're glad this is the last item on the agenda, and I'm not asking for any money, anyway. But as you, Dee Dee Holt, Chair of the Open Space Committee. As you know, a few months ago, the Open Space Committee was revived after a lengthy slumber. And first thing we talked about was our duties and responsibilities. As you know, in your packet, the current charge of the Open Space Committee is extremely narrow. It basically deals with just evaluating properties either offered for purchase or donated to the town for open space. In considering what other ways we could contribute, what other advice we could maybe provide the select board with regard to open space, we think that protecting what we have is probably extremely important. As space becomes less available, it looks like, what we can do is just value what we have and try to protect it, and then as well as working with other town committees, town organizations, where we have mutual interest in either purchasing or recommending that the town purchase properties. There were two suggestions, edits made by town staff that I think we appreciate. One was really a correction of a title, and the other one is really unnecessary, since that is under the responsibilities of the conservation agent. So we're just asking that you approve our new charge. If you have any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you. Any comment? This
No,
is
no,
your committee.
yeah, it's on the liaison, they've done a great job, very thoughtful approach to, revising their charge, if you will, and I'm fully supportive, and I would make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you, Dee Dee. Thank you for hanging around.
Edie, thank you.
Final motion of the night.
A motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. We are adjourned at 9:58 PM. Good night, Chatham.